Gotcha.
Committed to memory.
Busted.
Everyone hold hands. This way. I'll settle this.
Take it easy.
Hey,
Useless.
I see everything. Out of my way. No one.
Quietly now.
This may turn a little. Hey, our bond is strong.
Easy money. Astra app. Thank you for Add Astra.
It's been getting quite busy recently. I see everything. Everyone hold hands.
Busted. Things are about to get dicey.
Everyone hold hands. Stand with me.
Game's up. Fun's over. Boring. Useless.
I see everything. This way. Take care of the gang.
Quietly now.
Useless.
I see everything. Hey! Stand with me! Everyone hold hands! I see everything! Our bond is strong!
Useless.
Game's up. Fun's over.
Hey! I see everything!
Busted.
Everyone hold hands!
Useless.
Quietly now.
Boring.
Take it easy.
Dissipate! Our bond is strong! Hey! I see everything!
Gotcha.
Yes!
This body loves ice and snow.
Everyone hold hands. Dissipate. Hey! I see everything.
Busted.
Stand with me. Everyone hold hands. I see everything.
Here!
Why would anyone want... Get it. It's not my concern.
Gotcha.
Hey!
chest full of valuables, and a trove of potential clues.
Everyone hold hands! I see everything!
Stand with me. Foreign.
Everyone hold hands!
One strike suffice.
I see everything! Everyone hold hands!
Another test subject. Suffocate. That tingle?
Gotcha.
Hey!
I'll settle this.
Have a little
The bond
taste.
is strong.
It's the wrong test subject.
Boring.
Suffocate.
Quietly now.
I got careless.
Easy money. Take it easy. Easy money. Busted.
Everyone hold hands!
Stand with me.
The Temple of Wisdom!
Useless. Disappear. Worthless. Here. Not too far. That's worthless. Here. Must counterattack. Finally, some quiet. There's quality here.
Commit it to memory!
Fun's over.
Our bond is strong.
अरे सौविक भाई ब्रो ब्रो क्या प्रोजेक्ट ब्लस्टैक नहीं खेल रहे क्या? वो पीसी का खेल रहा है वो। हाँ पीसी का खेल रहा है। नहीं, इसकी बात है। पीसी पे ही खेलता हूँ मैं, लेकिन वो क्या बोलते हैं प्रोजेक्ट ब्लस्टैक पीसी वाला नहीं खेलता हूँ मैं। क्या बोलते हैं अपना यही वाला खेलता हूँ, फोन वाला ही खेलता हूँ।
Incoming.
कल खेला था थोड़ा देर, आधा घंटा कुछ 30 मिनट खेला था, उससे ज्यादा नहीं खेला था। लंबा नहीं खेला वो। कोई कोई जगह पे चलेगा। पीसी है ना मेरे पास, पीसी बढ़िया वाला पीसी है। देख डिस्क्रिप्शन में देख डाला है पीसी का क्या क्या, पीसी में क्या क्या डाला है। डिस्क्रिप्शन पढ़, समझ में आएगा। यार उजाला हो जाता है इसमें। लंबा नहीं दिखा।
Must not get delayed.
भाग गए।
The guild assignment must not get delayed.
डायमंड हो गया ब्लड स्ट्राइक पे। अबे यार डायमंड कितना, डायमंड 1 2 3 कितना हुआ? कितना हुआ डायमंड 1 2 3 4 क्या हुआ बता?
Speed of light.
ऊपर वाले से बोली
You give, you receive.
ये सी चलो मैं ये डाल देता हूँ। बाकी आप मिलते हैं फिर कभी। चलो तू खेलता है गेंशिन खेलता है तू नहीं खेलता है? कुछ बताया नहीं। खेलता था कि खेलता है? सस्ता ऐश UGI ऐश कौन है भाई? ऐश ये पोकेमोन वाला ऐश की बात कर रहे हैं क्या?
Worthless.
I see everything.
Busted.
Out of my way.
ये अलग कर दिया।
Quietly now. Here comes the cash.
Useless.
एपेक्स का एज अच्छा। अरे ये सस्ता नहीं है भाई, एपेक्स के ऐश से ज्यादा अच्छा है। एपेक्स का ऐश कुछ नहीं है इसके सामने। वो तो खाली वो पोर्टल खोलती है ये भाई, और पोर्टल खोलने का उसका क्या बोलते हैं, कूलडाउन बहुत लंबा है, इसका इतना लंबा नहीं है भाई। इसका पोर्टल ये, इसका तो मेरे को बहुत बेकार लगता है। ऐश मेरे को इतनी खास नहीं लगी थी वैसे, बस वो पतली थी, बस वही एक उसका ये अच्छा लगा मुझे।
I see everything. Stand with me.
ऐसे करके
Worthless.
रोल होते रहे भाई, रोल होते रहे, फिर जमीन से मिल गया आपको।
Everyone hold hands.
अभी एपेक्स में चाइना वाला माल आ रहा है ना, चाइना वाला जो क्या सुपर हीरो खिलाड़ों में क्या है ये
Our bond is strong. Grow.
तो सर्दी हो गई, दिमाग खराब कर दिया। क्या मैसेज आ रहा है भैया? क्या अरे बबलू भैया कभी न हारे, बबलू भैया।
Welcome. How can I help you?
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating.
The academia. What happened? Our bond is strong. Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolvendom. Welcome. How can I help you? Today's implementation
Truly is fascinating.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolvendom. Dissipate!
करने वाला था। अच्छा, भूल गया था। कहाँ शुरू कहाँ खत्म अजीब दास्तां है। साला इतना मेहनत के बाद साला एक ही बना, क्या करेंगे। विश करके देखते हैं भाई क्या बनता है।
The damned will sooner die again than lay a hand on me.
भाई विशेष ही नहीं है मेरे पास कुछ करने के लिए। आप जीआई गेंशिन इम्पैक्ट खेला तो मैंने साइज के लिए इंस्टॉल किया। अपने बॉट को तो बोल अगर फिर से सब्सक्राइब करता हूँ तो अनसब्सक्राइब होगा।
Reduced to just standing around. How absurd.
अच्छा, अरे बहुत पुराना डाला है मैंने चेंज भी नहीं किया, इसको अपडेट भी नहीं किया। किसी महान इंसान ने कहा है सब्सक्राइब करने के पैसे नहीं लगते हैं तो कर दो यार। अरे वो बोलता है मतलब अगर तू वापस जाके नीचे आएगा ना नया तो फिर तो पोकेमॉन का एस देन एपेक्स देन जीआई का एस हो ये हुआ थर्ड का, ये तो पढ़ा ही नहीं मैंने। इसका हाँ इसे पीसी में तो 60 GB तक चले गया है और फोन में तो 25-30 GB का है ये गेम। पबजी भी तो 15-20 GB तक तो चले ही जाता है। लेकिन भाई ये मैप है ना इसके तो खेलने में थोड़ा है कि भाई ऐसा गेम फोन में भाई अभी तक निकला नहीं है, बात वो है। ऐसा गेम फोन वालों ने अभी तक निकाला ही नहीं है। अब भी जाके पब्लिक निकालना चालू कर रही है, वो भी इसके जैसा अभी तक तो निकला नहीं है इतना बढ़िया गेम में भाई जगह है, चीजें है से गजब गजब चीजें है, क्या ही बताएं। ग्राफिक मस्त बनाया है ये लोग ने भाई। अपने बॉट को बोल अगर लाइक किया तो अनलाइक होगा। वो भी है वो बोल रहा है कि बाकी जितने भी वीडियो है वो वीडियो सब जाके लाइक कर दे, ऐसा बोल रहा है। देख कितना मस्त बनाया है ये तो ग्राफिक ये लोग ने मस्त बनाया। सीनरी विनरी बहुत अच्छा बनाया है। करने क्या वाला था भाई जितना भूल ही गया। विंडो वाले का क्या सीन है, तेरे पास क्या क्या बचा हुआ? ये कंप्लीटेड है, खाली फ्लावर चाहिए और ये चाहिए फ्लावर। जरा देखे कितना कलेक्ट हुआ है, फ्लावर में देख लेंगे। फ्लावर बॉट तेरा मुंह बंद कर ले नहीं तो ये अनलाइक कर दो। बहुत डर लगता है साहब, अनलाइक से बहुत डर लगता है। इंस्टॉल वाला किधर है यार? अरे जीआई अगर क्लाउड गेम कर रहा है तो पूरा मैप चलेगा। अच्छा क्लाउड गेमिंग तो लेकिन तब भी बहुत ये हो जाएगा। स्टोरेज का प्रॉब्लम है। ऐसे भी तो सर्वर पे डेटा रहता है ये लोग का। अरे ये लोग ने चालू किया है ना कुछ, एनवीडिया ने या इंटेल ने। एनवीडिया ने चालू किया है ना क्लाउड गेमिंग। कौन सी तो कंपनी है, नाम याद नहीं आ रहा मेरे को। क्लाउड गेमिंग किसने चालू किया है? एनवीडिया वालों ने चालू किया है ना। भाई कोई भी गेम खेल सकता है तेरे 30 पीसी पे एकदम हाई ग्राफिक में। अरे एक तो सब्सक्राइबर कोई तो आके मेरे को बता के गया था, मैं भूल गया। मतलब कोई भी गेम, मतलब मेरे पास पीसी नहीं था ना तब, तो मेरे को बता के गया था कि ये गेंशिन इम्पैक्ट में पहले मोबाइल में स्ट्रीम करता था, मैं पीसी में कर सकता था लेकिन उसके अंदर स्पेस में कम था पहले वाले में। तो वही उसने बताया था क्लाउड गेमिंग करने के लिए, तो क्लाउड गेमिंग करने बोला, उससे अच्छा मैं इंस्टॉल ही कर लिया क्लाउड गेमिंग का यार। फिर गेंशिन पीसी में भाई ग्राफिक आता है भाई, ग्राफिक पीसी ग्राफिक भाई जबरदस्त। चलो स्टोरी क्वेस्ट कर लूँगा। मैं बार बार इधर से इधर भटक जाता हूँ। प्लीज कलेक्ट करने का साइनो वाला ना क्या ना, लूपस और यस चैप्टर तो लगा बच्चों की। लूपस 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 ये वाला। चलो कंटिन्यू करते हैं लूपस। चलो क्लाउड गेमिंग अभी भी अवेलेबल है, तू 1 महीने तक फ्री ट्रायल कर सकता है। जरा गूगल पे सर्च मार के एक बार चेक कर ले। जहाँ तक मेरे को पता, करते पास लैपटॉप है ना, तू मस्त एंजॉय कर सकता है। क्या चल रहा है भाई, ये लोग क्या दोस्ताना यारा क्या चल रहा है ये? हाँ ये तो स्क्रीनशॉट लेने लाया क्या विंडो। ये तो भाई साहब रिकॉर्डिंग करो रिकॉर्डिंग। जगह तो पहली बार देखा है। क्या चल रहा है भैया? रिकॉर्डिंग बंद कर करोगे। कॉल आ रहा है। अरे जीए का फुल ग्राफिक नहीं होता है मेरे डिवाइस पे, एकदम लो चलता है। अच्छा फुल ग्राफिक में खेलना भी नहीं है। हाँ हेलो।
Earlier! Everyone pulled in!
Gotcha.
Boring.
Here comes the cash.
So you're the bad guy behind all this, aren't ya?
I didn't act immediately. He is not the prime.
Yes, impressive. You certainly live up to your reputation, Sino.
Huh?
Once everyone knew, since all the goods...
You must know who's...
No, I'll talk. But before that, perhaps we can take the conversation elsewhere? If we stay here, chances are that someone will see me with you. That would put both me and my family in danger.
All right. Where do you suggest we go?
How about my home in Aru Village? It should be safe there.
Fine. Let's head out. You can throw away the tracker now, traveler.
Listen, buddy, you better not try to trick us.
Come on now. Do you...
Dad, you're back. Oh, we have guests? Hi there.
This is my daughter, Seemin. She can be a little shy of strangers. Why don't you run along now, dear? Dad needs to talk with our guests.
Oh, okay.
Everyone knows Sino in our business, but let me ask, who are you two?
Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler.
To be honest, I really didn't expect to see Sino, the lone operator, working with any partners. When I saw the tracker start moving away, I assumed you had decided to just go back empty-handed. But even though you caught me, I'd still urge you to stop while you still can. You should abandon this investigation.
Why is that?
Everything from the manufacturing of canned knowledge to the sales and even splitting the profits. Every step of the process involves dozens, if not hundreds of people. Massive profits have brought everyone together in this business. Everyone will try their best to defend this industry that we've worked to build. It will be a long and difficult fight, even for you, Sino. And even if you manage to win in the end, no one will thank you. If anything, you yourself might even feel remorse. Why are you so bent on putting us out of business?
Everyone has their own reasons for what they do. I don't have to explain mine.
Here's some tea, Dad. And for the guests, too.
Right. I forgot to offer tea to our guests. Thank you.
Don't mention it. And, I should tell you that our tea tastes kind of bitter, but I put some sugar in to make it a little tastier.
That's my girl. Do we still have any sugar left? If not, I'll buy some more next time.
Yes, we do. Okay. I'm gonna go have a rest now.
Didn't you say that everyone's in it for the massive profits? That sure doesn't seem to be the case for you.
Actually, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. I was hoping to ask you for a favor. My daughter was born with a chronic disease, so she has a relatively weak heart and lungs. Even slightly strenuous exercise can cause her to faint and prove to be a life-threatening risk. That's why she never really had any friends to play with, and why she locks herself up in her room most of the time. She has to take lots of medicine, and it doesn't come cheap. As for me, I was just an average merchant. I would wake up early and travel all around to make a profit. But the mora was still nowhere near enough. I could only watch my daughter's health deteriorate day by day. Until one day, someone reached out and showed me a way to really make a profit.
Selling canned knowledge.
That's right. With all the mora I made, I could finally afford medical treatment for my daughter. Nothing made me happier than seeing her get better. There are many others like me. Smuggling canned knowledge might seem like an unforgivable crime to you, but to us, it's a means of survival. I wanted to tell you all this so that maybe you could understand and change your mind. Please, stay out of this, Sino. Give us a way to survive.
Oh no. That means that if we prevent the sale of canned knowledge, his daughter will...
I must get to the truth. I can find someone to help treat your child, but I cannot turn a blind eye to the smuggling. These are two completely different issues.
I somehow knew you would say that. But having your word to help my daughter is enough for me. Since you insist on continuing the investigation, you should have a look around the back of my home. You'll find some goods I received just recently. I think everything will become clear to you once you see them.
Whoa! Look at all of this!
Yes, all neatly packed away and organized in boxes. To think that this is only one dealer's worth. Small producers couldn't possibly support such a large quantity of goods. Could the academia have a hand in this? But such a volume of goods wouldn't be able to slip through inspection.
Huh? Look! These seem different from the other knowledge capsules we've seen. Maybe they contain knowledge about the Court of Desolation.
Yes, that would make sense. Wait, what's this? Yes, it's a matra seal, indicating that the goods have passed matra inspection. I started to suspect that someone in the academia might be involved when I found the tracker earlier. But how they could ship so much canned knowledge out of the academia was still a mystery. The pieces have now all fallen into place. With this matra seal, goods can leave the academia without undergoing a second inspection. No wonder they don't want me to investigate. It turns out that a matra is behind this. Even I find it hard to believe. Could I ask you for a favor, Traveler? Since all this canned knowledge came from the academia, then it's highly likely that the knowledge regarding the Court of Desolation originated from research files stored within the academia. If we can enter the repository, we can find out who accessed these files. But, considering my current status, if I suddenly show up at the academia now, it will only draw unnecessary attention. You'll need to be the one who checks the records. I'll write a letter to Nabil, and he'll take you there.
Sure thing! Leave it to us!
I'll also keep working here in the meantime. Although our leads are all currently pointing to someone within the academia, it's obvious that they also have power outside of it. We can get more information on other dealers from Bahari. I'll stay here and make some preparations. You can come find me anytime if you uncover more info.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier.
Hey there! Excuse us, but is Sino at the Academia?
You two look familiar. Are you friends of Mahamatra Sino? I'm afraid he's out on a mission right now. But if you'd like, I can pass whatever message you might have on to him.
We ran into this guy by the gates, and he seems really eager to speak with Amatra. It sounds like something urgent.
Oh? If you don't mind, why don't you tell me about it first?
Siraj.
Siraj. That name sounds familiar. Isn't he a Vahumana researcher?
Vahumana researcher?
Yes, one of their most renowned, in fact. I hear he's as daring as he is intelligent. There are rumors he'll become Vahumana's next sage. But please continue, good sir. What about Siraj?
I want to report him for conducting a dangerous experiment. He kidnapped me, tied me up, and took me to that horrible cave. Experimental equipment everywhere. I ran as fast as I could, a little slower, and he would have caught me.
There's no rush. Please, take your time. What kind of experiments was he conducting? Where is this cave?
I don't remember.
Huh? You can't remember?
All I remember is Siraj walking towards me, and then my head started feeling weird. It's like a nightmare that I can't recall. I just know that that place is dangerous, and that they must be stopped. Oh, I heard they conduct business in the tavern. We have to hurry.
Even if what you say is... All right. I'll have some of my colleagues look into Siraj. But before that, I would like to administer the Matra lie detector test.
You think I'm lying?
Please don't take it the wrong way. This is just standard protocol. Sorry, but can you two wait out here a little while? We'll be back soon.
Huh? I'll hate them.
Let me bring you up to speed. First things first, Ilyas passed the lie detector test. This indicates that what he said is highly credible. As such, we've decided to launch an investigation based on the leads he provided. Per protocol, this matter was reported to Acting Grand Sage Al-Haytham. After hearing about it, he left a message for Mahamatra Sino and then asked to join the investigation.
Huh. It's kind of weird for you to be working with the Matra. Is there a special reason?
You're overthinking things. My interest was piqued is all.
Really? I'm unsurprised you have this much free time. In that case, let's join in as well, shall we, Traveler?
It's already against protocol for Acting Grand Sage Al-Haytham to participate in this investigation. As for you two... Oh, never mind. After all, you were the ones who brought Ilyas here. I'll allow you to accompany us, but you have to promise to keep everything confidential.
Don't you worry, our lips are sealed.
All right, in that case, I'll fill you in on what we know so far. Ilyas claimed that Siraj will be conducting some business with a Kasharawar researcher at the tavern. This is one of his few clear memories. It seems he stumbled upon this information while escaping. Incidentally, Siraj isn't at the Academia right now. He applied for long-term off-site research 1 month ago. It's close to the time that Ilyas had given, so we've decided to head to the tavern and investigate any suspicious persons.
That's right. Arav, prepare to head out. You two, do as you will.
Oh, come on! We already said that we're coming!
Hello, we meet again. Have you managed to find Sino? If so, how's he doing? I read the letter and must admit that I hadn't expected things to be so serious. Sorry. Had I known it would be so dangerous, I never would have gotten you two involved.
It's alright. We wanted to help Sino too.
I can tell that he really trusts you. The research files stored away in the restricted repository are far from ordinary. Everything there is essentially about dangerous research that's forbidden by the academia. Even I don't usually have authorization to enter, but with this letter from Sino, it shouldn't be a problem. That's right. Granted, the academia is very supportive when it comes to research. They encourage scholars to conduct all kinds of studies. However, some forms of research have proven to be so dangerous that the Matra have to step in and put a stop to them. Normally, after some particular research becomes prohibited, the majority of the related files will be destroyed. But some information may be retained as a record to warn later researchers. Such information is kept in the restricted repository, which is heavily guarded. Follow me, I'll show you. Hopefully, we'll find the answers that Sino is looking for.
The restricted repository. Sounds kinda dangerous. We'd better keep an eye out.
Okay, I understand. Since Sino is vouching for you, I suppose we can trust you. You may browse the information regarding the Court of Desolation. Ask me if you have any questions. But I'd suggest avoiding any other research files. Sometimes the less you know, the better.
So this is the restricted repository. I never thought I'd see the inside of it. This is a first for both you and me.
There are many who do not openly converse with others within the academia. But even so, there are very few who I feel could be trusted with a real secret. Sino happens to be one of them. Even though he's no longer in the academia, I still trust him. And that goes for anyone he trusts as well. The files are over there. Just make it quick.
Whoa, there's a lot to read here. Have you found anything yet? Huh, it reminds Paimon of Sino's former partner.
His former partner? That would be Taj Radkani. But you're not far off. Mortada Radkani was Taj's only son.
What? Taj's son went to prison for researching the Court of Desolation?
Why do you sound so surprised? You're a Matra, aren't you?
It's just that they arrested him in secret, so it was never publicly known. All I knew was that Taj's son was taken to prison. It's not just me. I bet even Sino didn't know about it.
No. Unfortunately, there isn't. He took his own life not long after he went to prison. You've heard about Taj, right? I know Nabil has. Every Matra knows him. I would say he's probably pushing 50 this year, which makes him one of the most experienced Matra. He is a man of integrity and honesty, and has made countless achievements. His reputation goes back a long way now. He used to be Sino's only partner. Taj is also skilled with the polearm, so the two of them used to practice together when they weren't out on a mission.
Ah, right. I heard Sino mention that before. But one day, Taj suddenly decided to retire from active duty and transfer to an administrative position. I wonder if it had anything to do with the Mortada incident.
Taj was already very well known by the time Mortada was born. So when Mortada came to study at the academia, everyone had high expectations of him. He had to face a lot of pressure. Then he had an unpleasant dispute with his father, but they were eventually able to work things out. Not long after they had reconciled, Mortada was caught studying the Court of Desolation, which is in violation of academia rules. Taj arrested his son and put him behind bars. He begged for leniency, but Taj wouldn't agree. Shortly after, Mortada slit his own throat with the pieces of a broken bowl. By the time Taj arrived at the scene, it was already too late. He never had a last chance to see his son. Since then, Taj has been periodically coming to the repository. He'll hold the files from his son's research with a remorseful look on his face. I guess that's why he chose to move to administrative work.
I had no idea that happened. That must be really hard for Taj. I've never heard him mention that to anyone.
That's awful. Paimon feels terrible now. Are you okay, Traveler?
Wait, don't tell me you're starting to suspect Taj now. Impossible. Taj would never do that. I mean, yes, he does have a big reputation and has access to such research, but this is Taj we're talking about. He would never do anything against regulations. Never.
But if you claim that the canned knowledge was originating from the academia, then Taj is indeed a suspect. Because he was the only one who could have recently gone through research files about the Court of Desolation. There are so many files about those ruins that it would be difficult to restart any research, since the 7 original researchers were put behind bars. It's hard enough just trying to make sense of these files. However, if the files were made into canned knowledge, they could be understood immediately. By doing so, one could restart the research outside the academia without anyone ever noticing.
But even so...
According to the legends, the treasures inside the Court of Desolation could allow someone to see beyond life and death. Or even bring the dead back to life, right? So maybe Taj is trying to bring Mortada back. Though I don't really believe Taj would ever try to do something like that. I'm just telling you what I know. It's the job of the Matra to find the truth and track down criminals. Do you have any questions? If not, it'd be best if you would leave now.
Paimon's kinda confused. What should we do from here?
Oh, now that I think about it, Sino suspected that the canned knowledge was coming from within the academia, right? There's no way so many boxes could ever get through without drawing any attention. Maybe we could try asking people around the gate of the academia and see what we can find. Don't worry, Taj. I won't let your reputation be tarnished.
Alrighty then, let's go ask around.
Take it easy.
Excuse me, have you seen any large shipments of goods leaving the academia recently?
Huh. Well, yes, but isn't that pretty normal? The academia consumes so many resources each day, everything from cooking ingredients, raw materials, even equipment for experiments. It's normal for goods to be coming in and out.
Right, but we're looking for shipments with a Matra seal. Have you seen any like that?
That I'm not too sure of. I normally wouldn't notice whether the goods have any seals or not. Maybe you should ask someone else.
Excuse me, have you seen any large shipments of goods leaving the academia recently?
No, not that I'm aware of. Perhaps you could ask someone else?
Excuse me, have you seen any large shipments of goods leaving the academia recently?
Huh? Why do you ask?
I'm just checking to ensure nothing unusual has happened.
Well, I can't say it's unusual, but I did notice something. There's a Corsair researcher who's been making frequent shipments recently. Dozen of large boxes each time, if not more. When I asked him about it, he said they just contained a bunch of old worn-out machines. The Corsair used to often sell scrap machines to traveling merchants, so I didn't really think anything of it. But he's been making a lot of shipments lately. There weren't ever so many outdated machines before.
And you didn't find that suspicious? Why didn't you report it for inspection?
Well, the boxes were stamped with a mora seal. Why should I bother? Of course, I did start to wonder about the seal once, thinking that maybe they forged it or something. But you know what happened? A man named Taj came here and told me that he'd already inspected the goods personally and ordered me to leave the researcher alone. I couldn't question his word, could I?
Impossible. There must be some sort of mistake. There's no way Taj would ever... No, I won't believe it. Taj is an honorable man. Someone must be trying to frame him. Wait, I know another Matra who works with Taj. I can ask him to let us speak with Taj.
As I've already told you, I don't have any way to contact Taj. A few Eremites showed up looking for Taj yesterday, and he met with them in his office. I was standing outside of the door, and I vaguely heard them say, "Found it." Before I realized it, the door opened, and Taj left with the group of them. I noticed that he had also changed into Eremite attire. But Taj didn't come to work today, so I've also started to feel a little concerned about the whole thing. If you'd like to speak with him, maybe you can try visiting his home. He lives just on the outskirts of Sumeru City.
A group of Eremites? Could Taj really be the one making all the canned knowledge?
No way. Taj is just like Sino. They're considered heroes among the Matra. There is no way that he would... Fine. Looks like there's no other choice.
Hey, don't let it get to you just yet. We'll get to the bottom of this once and for all.
Take it easy.
So, this is Taj's place. There doesn't seem to be anyone here.
Well, what should we do then? Do we break in?
No. Wait, the door's unlocked. Did Taj leave in a hurry? Well, anyway, we're still not sure if he's the real culprit. Probably not a good idea to go in without permission. You're right. Even if we apply for a warrant now, we won't be able to do anything until tomorrow at the earliest. This is an emergency. I just hope Taj doesn't mind. What's this?
It's a paper full of names written on it. Oh, and a map. Nabil, can you make any sense of this?
Yes. This is definitely Taj's handwriting. These papers look like records. These are the transactions between Taj and some other people. From the look of the numbers, the scale of this smuggling case is absolutely massive. The whole operation involves more than 300 people, including dozens of celebrities. These are famous scholars, merchants, mercenaries. I have a feeling that Sino might be unaware of what he's up against. There's no way anyone could face such a large organization on their own. You're right, that's just who he is. As for the map, it appears to indicate the location of the Court of Desolation. Let's take it to Sino and let him decide how to proceed. If Taj really has turned on his honor and committed these terrible acts, then I suspect that he might already be at the Court of Desolation as we speak. I don't want to suspect him, but I also don't know him very well. Maybe Sino will know what to do.
All right, we'll give these to Sino and see. Let's go! Well, Sino, what do you make of it?
Taj. It's been a while since I last saw him. From what I remember, he is a straight-laced man. Although he would resort to extreme measures from time to time, he would never do anything against his beliefs.
So do you think he's the one behind all this?
I'm still not sure. I cannot imagine how devastating the incident with Mortada was for him. Nor can I deny the possibility that people can change. Whether it's out of love for his son or for other reasons, we have to see for ourselves to judge him. Or rather, the person he's become. That's right. It's clear that he had a hand in this case, yet he made no report of it. There's no doubting that. That's also why I need to see him. I must ask his reasoning and judge him myself. Time is ticking. Let's go.
Like lamb to the slaughter. Let's end this now!
bond is strong.
Is that all you've got?
Game's up. Fun is over.
Never will meet again. Here!
Stand with me.
Finally,
Some target practice.
Commit it to memory.
Our bond is sorry for the trouble.
Gotcha.
Where do you think you're going?
Things are about to get dicey. Quietly now.
Goodbye. Useless, but we'll meet again.
All right, this'll do.
This way. Our bond is strong.
Gotcha.
Worthless.
So this is the Court of Desolation. Are there really any treasures buried here? Oh, Paimon's kinda nervous. Could it be dangerous?
Don't worry. You'll be safe with me.
Nowhere to run!
Stand with me.
Game's up. Fun's over.
Surrender!
Look! These walls have definitely seen better days. Was there some sort of fight here? Let's keep going and see what we can find. Whoa! Is it just Paimon? Or did that passageway just rotate? It's not gonna start moving again, is it? Either way, we should be careful.
Quietly now.
I see everything. A passage! Hopefully that's our way in. That eye seems to be staring right at us. This place gives Paimon the creeps. You go first. Everyone hold hands.
Busted.
Your sins weigh upon your soul. You stand condemned.
Taj.
Ah, Sino. It's been some time since I've seen you last. I trust you are doing well. Seeing that you've made it all the way here, you must be on the cusp of wrapping up your investigation, I presume. Even faster than I expected. Is it because you have some new partners now?
That's right. This case is nearly closed. But the most important answer still eludes me. Was it all your doing? Smuggling the canned knowledge? The research of the Court of Desolation?
Yes, it was me.
Then explain why.
That's the difficult part. Let's just say I've changed. I've become a selfish coward who only wants to pursue his own interests.
I find that hard to believe.
Oh, really? Way I see it, every person will end up like me sooner or later. When you're young, you press forward, unattached, living solely for the justice in your heart. But as you begin to age, you start to become more cautious. You know many things are wrong, but still turn a blind eye to them. I was the same. I never questioned my actions until Murtada died. I could feel the justice that I once strived to uphold slowly crumbling in my heart. I was completely dedicated to all that I did, but as I grew older, I found myself feeling alone, miserable. Can you imagine what it feels like to not have the will to live, but not be able to die? Murtada was sent to prison by my own hands. I set myself on this painful path. My son hated me till the day he died, and now I must live with that pain and regret. I failed him as a father. But now I have a chance to make it right. A chance to reunite with him. The Court of Desolation. Here lies the key to overcoming life and death. The power to even bring the dead back to life.
So, did you already find what you needed here?
See this door behind me? Behind it lies the treasures that I seek. I'm so close, Sino. If only you hadn't arrived now, I could already have...
Enough conjecture. What has happened is already part of the past. You cannot bring the dead back to life. In the end, The treasures you seek are nothing but myths and legend.
Since you're so sure, why don't you just let me open the door and see then?
No. I sense danger behind that door. There will be dire consequences the moment you open it.
I beg you, as an old partner, can you let me fulfill my last wish just this once? Surely you get it by now. Doing your job without mercy will only drive people away from you. I'm the prime example.
I don't overthink things. If there is only one way for me to defend my principles, then that is the path I will take.
Seems there's no convincing you. All right then. Let's see if your polearm skills have improved at all. This power is mine. I will set things right no matter what.
Gotcha. Things are about to get dicey.
Make yourselves at home.
I'll settle this.
No.
Nowhere to run.
As I thought.
Your strength.
You feel it, don't you? I'm stronger than you remember. I gained new power when I entered the Court of Desolation. This is only a taste of it. Once I open the door behind me, this power will be complete. Even life and death will have no grip on me.
Uh-oh. We have to stop this guy!
I won't let you open that door.
I wouldn't be so sure. I'm afraid it won't be easy to stop me now that you're injured. Or are you ready to sacrifice your life for this?
I'll do what I have to.
I still remember when we first became partners. You were always charging forward and putting your life on the line, just like now. Even after all this time, you still haven't changed.
You haven't changed either. You left that list of names and map in your house on purpose, didn't you? You wanted me to be able to find you here. All of this was just part of the act you were putting on. What happened just now was also part of your plan. You might have fooled those on the list, but you will not fool me. I had my suspicions from the beginning, but I couldn't be sure until we fought. If he really had changed, your fighting style wouldn't be as it was before.
Huh? What do you mean, Sino?
He never planned on opening the door. His true intention was...
What's happening?
Seems our time is running short. Let me make this quick then. After Mortada died, my spirit was crushed. For a long time, I was hoping this reality was just some terrible nightmare. I hoped I would just wake up and be able to see his smiling face again. That is when I was approached by someone who wished to collaborate and find the Court of Desolation together. I did some investigation of my own and discovered they were part of a massive organization. People from every walk of life are involved. They are relentless in their search, pouring countless mora into secret research, even sacrificing lives in hopes that the Court of Desolation would appear.
No wonder banning the research wasn't enough. A full-scale operation was already in motion.
I'm a flesh and blood human like anyone else, so I obviously hesitated and considered it. The thought of bringing my son back tugged at my heart, but in the end, I came to my senses. I knew that I could not let myself go down that path. I suddenly came to a realization amidst my suffering. The Court of Desolation, A place that once drove people to tragedy was still doing so, even centuries later. As long as this place exists, people will recklessly seek it out, just as Mortada did, generation after generation, regardless of the cost. Let it be buried beneath the sand forever. Once the Court of Desolation is gone, there will no longer be anyone obsessed with seeking it out. That's right. I acted as if I had abandoned my convictions just so that they would cooperate without raising any suspicion. This was the only way I could find and destroy this place. But that wasn't enough. I needed someone I could trust to bring the organization to justice. The academia forbids the research of the Court of Desolation, so they would never approve my plan in the first place. To add to the problem, the organization is so powerful that they even have members working within the academia. If I wished to destroy the organization, I couldn't just count on the academia alone.
So, you pretended to be the one behind all this, as a test for me.
Yes. I'm sorry, but now I am assured. You haven't changed at all. You are still as you always were, fearless, and making no compromise. Anyway, this place is collapsing. You must leave now.
Wait! Aren't you leaving too? There are still loads of bad guys to catch outside!
His fate is already sealed. There is no life left inside him. He is like a candle with no more wick to burn. You planned it all from the very beginning, didn't you? Risking being treated as a traitor to collaborate with them. Sacrificing your own life to open and destroy the Court of Desolation.
Regardless, I made a grave mistake by allowing the smuggling and the research of this place. Let this be the final judgment on myself. I was always so busy with work that I never made time to fulfill Mortada's wishes. Finding this place was his biggest wish. Since I'll be reuniting with him here, I can only hope he won't have anything more to hold against me. I'll leave all those people on the list to you. Sorry for all the trouble I've caused.
There's nothing to be sorry for. We are partners. If you see Mortada, send him my greetings. Goodbye, old friend.
Dad, why are they so strict with me? I'm always the only one who gets in trouble.
Just leave me alone! Don't worry, I won't damage your precious reputation.
All right, Dad. Let's start over. By the way, I finally found an area of research I wish to pursue. Why can't you show even a little leniency? Why?
Because we are Matra.
The Court of Desolation has...
Just as Taj said, that place had caused too many disasters and tragedies. Being buried in quicksand is its rightful end. To them, as long as there's mora to be made, they will disregard the Academia's rules, whether it's the Court of Desolation or anything else. Their only goal is to make massive profits off of dangerous research. Taj may have set them back with the Court of Desolation, but it won't be long before they continue searching for another target. That's an opportunity that I will not let them have.
We'll help too.
Thank you, but you've already done enough. Just leave the rest to me. I will bring them to justice myself. Besides, I promised you that I would sweep away any potential danger. So, that's what I'm going to do. Wait for me at Caravan Rebob 4 days from now.
We meet again. Thank you so much for all your help.
Nabil, what are you doing here?
Convicts from the desert are being escorted through Caravan Rebob, so I'm here to keep an eye on things. This should be the last group of them, so I'll be heading back to the Academia once they're cleared. The last few days have been quite the ride, but fortunately, I can say with confidence that this case is finally coming to an end. At first, the mercenary groups on the list were putting up quite a fight. They made several desperate attempts to cover up the truth. However, Sino crossed the desert and took out their main camp overnight. After that, people on the list started to put pressure on the higher-ups within the Academia. Everyone was on edge, and the case came to a standstill.
And? Then what happened?
Well, then we received word that Taj Rudkani had sacrificed himself on the case. The news really stirred up the members of our ranks. The Matra then moved together against the enemy. We cleared out the traitors from within the Academia and arrested all the researchers on the list. Some of them managed to get out of the Academia, but still failed to escape. The scattered criminals were captured by Sino all across Sumeru. I even heard that someone was about to escape to Fontain, but was still apprehended just at the border. Having more than 300 prisoners apprehended for interrogation has definitely shaken things up recently.
Is Sino alright? He didn't get injured, did he?
He seems fine, but nobody knows the real situation. He brought over 300 suspects to judgment all on his own. Among them were even some of our former colleagues. Not just the criminals are afraid of him. Even we start feeling a little nervous when he's around now. But even if we start feeling all self-conscious, thinking if we've done anything wrong, we're still always honored to have Sino around. By the way, are you guys here to see Sino? I think I just saw him walking in that direction when I was on watch nearby. He was walking with someone I didn't recognize, and then before I knew it, they were nowhere to be seen. If you happen to see him, please send my regards.
Sure thing, Nabil. You be careful too. Don't let any of those bad guys escape.
Don't worry about me. If anything happens, you can find me at the Academia anytime. Farewell then.
Trying to single-handedly bring 300 people to justice must feel pretty exhilarating, but I can assure you this is certainly not the best solution.
I'm aware. However, I learned something unexpected during interrogation. Apparently, Someone had enticed Mortada Radkani into becoming interested in researching the Court of Desolation. Mortada had lived in his father's shadow all his life. Naturally, he wanted to conduct research that would seem groundbreaking and significant. After Mortada died, the organization tried to use Taj's shame regarding his son to add him to their ranks, toying with others' minds, treating lives like dirt, and doing anything for their own interests. This makes me angry.
Fine, I understand. This is a type of trap I've been working on which uses plants. Here, take some just in case you need them next time. If thrown into the mud, the trap will grow rapidly and disperse a pollen that has a paralyzing effect. I don't have much use for the traps these days, but maybe you will, and can help me collect more testing data.
Sino! Tainari! Oh, so Tainari must be who Nabil saw earlier. Are you also here to see Sino?
That's right. Sino asked me to collect some medicinal herbs to treat a girl named Semin. I also dropped by just to check for any injuries. He seems to be fine physically, but he looks a little more lonely than I remember. And Sino, relax. You don't always have to look so serious, you know. Why don't you play more Genius Invocation TCG, huh? Kale has always been a little wary of you, and your stern expression certainly isn't helping.
How is Kale these days?
She's grown a bit taller, but her grades could use some improvement. She still made many mistakes on her last test, even after I had marked all the important content in the book for her. After some time, I plan on having her go outside more. It just so happens that I have something she can help me with.
Huh? You mean Kale is leaving Avidia Forest? What happened?
I've asked her to host some ad hoc lectures to teach the dangers of canned knowledge, as well as how to use it safely. Although we've apprehended all the criminals behind the recent smuggling case, there are many people who are still curious and seek canned knowledge. So, I decided to ask her to work on increasing knowledge and awareness on the topic. Please be sure to keep an eye on her.
I will.
If anything else happens, the three of you can find me in the Avidia Forest. Take care.
I've already caught those who were preparing to attack you in secret. Even if some criminals did slip through our fingers, they wouldn't know that you were involved in the case. So you can relax.
But what about you, Sino?
It's still not time for me to rest yet. Those who died have fulfilled their wishes, but those who are alive must continue pressing forward. I've been thinking about what Taj said in the Court of Desolation these last few days. His words were not empty. People do change, and no belief can completely resist the erosion of time. I just hope my own change will come slowly, so that I can press on a little further. That way, those who see me as their superior, and those who are following in my footsteps, will learn courage from my example, just as I gained courage from my own superiors, and my partner. I'll be fine. I'm also enjoying my chat with you right now, you know. There are many things I feel better about once I start to talk about them. Many people want to go to the desert to offer condolences for Taj, but I didn't share details with anyone. I'd prefer to avoid revealing the location of the Court of Desolation. One day, I'll gather some flowers that grow in arid desert conditions. And then, I was hoping you'd join me in planting them on the remains of the Court of Desolation.
God. Please make Klee's bombs blow in the right direction and only blow up bad guys. The end.
Reduced to just standing around. How absurd.
किधर है भाई? तो हील दे रहा फालतू। टाइम पास करने के लिए मेरे पास टाइम नहीं है।
Quietly now.
Lightning Sharpot! Everyone hold hands!
Disappear! Here! Worthless!
दूसरी आईडी बनाओ और उसमें रेडन तक सेव करना। अरे हाँ यार, रेडन नहीं मिले यार, सबसे बड़ा दुख था। अरे मेरे में सबर नाम की चीज नहीं है, सबसे बेकार चीज है। सबर है ही नहीं मेरे को, मेरे से सबर नहीं होता है। मैं प्रीमोज उड़ा देता हूँ, मैं सेव करने वाला आदमी हूँ। मुझसे सेव बोलोगे करने के लिए, मेरे से सेव नहीं होगा भाई। मुझसे सेव बोलोगे करने के लिए, भी बोलो सेव करने बोलो भाई, मेरे से नहीं। मुझसे सेव बोलोगे करने ऑन टाइम में भी मैंने सेव नहीं किया। पब्लिक सेव कर रही है, मैं घंटा घुस गया। ऑन टाइम में भी मैंने सेव नहीं किया। पब्लिक सेव कर रही है, मैं घंटा घुस गया। ऑन टाइम में भी मैंने सेव नहीं किया। तो सेव कर रही है, मैं घंटा। सबर करो ना, तभी फल मिलेगा। अरे घंटा इधर। आज ये कैरेक्टर्स है, कल कोई और कैरेक्टर आ जाएगा। हाइड्रो आर्कन के लिए भी सेव करो, जो भी है सारे कैरेक्टर भूल जाओ। हाइड्रो आर्कन तो ओपी बनाएंगे ये लोग, नहीं बनाए तो सब गाली देंगे, क्योंकि बहुत लंबा लेंगे ये लोग नया इंस्टॉलमेंट डालने में। अगर अभी ये लोग ने गंदा बनाया, लेकिन सुमेरु साला इतना बड़ा था, वो पता नहीं कितना बड़ा बनाएगा। वो गजब सोचने में हो रहा है। तो मेरे पता है कितना बड़ा बना है, कितना बड़ा है। आर्कन तो 4.5 जॉर्ड होंगे। हाँ वो तो है, 4 ही जॉर्ड है भाई। सबसे बड़ा सुमेरु ही था, सुमेरु ही है। उसके बाद भाई स्नेज़नाया पता नहीं कितनी जगह है यार। अरे ये देखते ना, फॉन्टेन कितना बड़ा होता है। फॉन्टेन का क्या पता कितना बड़ा देंगे ये लोग। फॉन्टेन जो भी नाम है। फॉन्टेन सुमेरु से छोटा होगा लग तो रहा है, बाकी पता नहीं। पानी के अंदर डुबकी लगाने वाला बना दिया तो फिर वो अलग चीज है। वो बोलेंगे पानी के अंदर जाओ, फिर पानी के ऊपर आओ, फिर पानी के अंदर जाओ। इधर है ना, पहाड़ के ऊपर जाओ, पहाड़ के नीचे आओ, उधर पानी के अंदर जाओ, पानी के अंदर जाओ और बाहर निकलो, वो दिखाई नहीं। अरे इससे क्या बात कर रही है रे, चिपक जाती है बार बार। वो साला इस नया वाला इतना लंबा भेज दिया। एक तो इधर एक क्या बोलते, टेलीपोर्ट बीकन थोड़ा इधर रहना चाहिए आगे की तरफ, फिर तो बेकार होगा अगर ज्यादा टेढ़ने वाला सीन आ जाए। यही देख लो भाई, लेकिन मस्त बना है, चर्च बना है। एक टाइम था भाई।
Take it easy.
Take it easy. No, I don't want to take it. इतना इजी कौन है? सारा समझाने वाले एक तो है कमीने। हाँ क्योंकि वो मर गई ना, मैंने मार दिया। हाय क्या है भाई, क्या है? तो अगर मैं चेक कर लेता हूँ सब कुछ बरोबर है क्या? सब बरोबर, आवाज तो आ ही रहा है। सब बरोबर आवाज तो आ ही रहा है। गानी निकालोगे? गानी क्या करूंगा निकाल के? आया का निकाला ही नहीं गानी। हो गया ना, अब डायरेक्ट आर्कन निकालेंगे, सारे आर्कन काजुआ निकालेंगे, फिर सारे आर्कन निकालेंगे। हो गया ना, उसको डीपीएस बना लेंगे। बाकी मेरा तो दूसरा टीम तो ऑलमोस्ट रेडी है। बाकी जितने भी आर्कन है भाई वो सब तो निकाल के हो ही जाएगा। तो बाकी अब फालतू कैरेक्टर निकाल के मतलब ही नहीं ना। गाने में गाने एक तो बहुत पुरानी कैरेक्टर होगी यार, लियू के बहुत पुरानी होगी। नए कैरेक्टर की बात है, एलन आई थी, एलन सबसे बेस्ट कैरेक्टर आज तक का मेरा भाई। ये क्या नहीं करती है, इसके पास क्या एबिलिटी नहीं है भाई। डीपीएस, सब डीपीएस, सपोर्ट भाई, और क्या बोलते हैं एडवेंचर भाई, क्या बोलते हैं हम लोग, एक्सप्लोरेशन में अलग हेल्प। ऑलराउंडर है, हील नहीं करती, बाकी सब करती है भाई।
Take it easy.
Take it easy. लगा खाना खिलाता हूँ, चलो लगा मेरे को। एलन का ना निकालने का रिग्रेट है, लेकिन वो तो निकाला उसके जगह पे नहीं रिग्रेट। हाँ होता, मेरे को भी निकाल लेना चाहिए था, लेकिन भाई यही मेरे को तो यही है। पहले तो भाई ये जॉर्ड
Our bond is strong. I'll settle this. I see everything.
Quietly now. Boring.
कुकी भी बिल्ड करना है भाई, बिल्ड भी नहीं किया।
Gotcha.
कुकी C6 मिलेगी तो कितना अच्छा रहेगा यार। कुकी के लिए मेरे को एक पुल मारना पड़ेगा यार। कुकी C2 का C3 मिल जाए। शावर नहीं निकालना था। हाँ शावर निकाल के थोड़ी बड़ी गलती कर दिया मैंने। मेरे को ना कुकी का एटलीस्ट कॉपी चाहिए। बाद में कुकी मिलेगी कॉपी की नहीं पता नहीं। मार देता हूँ एक विश 10 विश इसके ही बैनर पे। कुकी मिले भाई, कुकी तो सही रहेगा भाई। फालतू तो कैरेक्टर चाहिए नहीं मेरे को, है ना। कि बाग्स में फोर्स कुकी C2 अच्छा है। नीलो पे मार लो। नीलो अच्छी कैरेक्टर है क्या? नीलो लेके क्या करूंगा, लेकिन कई बार नाहिदा मिल गई C2 तो अच्छा रहेगा ना। C1 5 स्टार इसे नॉर्मली ठीक ही है। ये निकाल लेते, नीलो पे मार लेते। कुकी दे दे, दो कुकी दे दे। नीलो ब्लूम में अच्छा है। कुकी दे दे। ओ लेकिन एक और दे दे, एक और दे दे, बस हो गया। चलो कुकी मिल गया, मेरा काम खत्म। हो जो चीज हो गया अच्छा हो गया। फालतू नहीं दिया, दिमाग खराब हो जाता मेरा। मूड का दही कचरा पालक का सब कर देता है, दिमाग का भोसड़ा हो जाता। मेरा पिटी कितना पहले जरा देख लूं, पुराने पिटी देख लूं। अभी तो 10 पुल मारा ना मैंने। कुकी के लिए कुछ और पुल्स किए थे। नाहिदा के बाद कितनी पिटी है जरा देखा जाए। नाहिदा के बाद अभी 10 पुल और किया है तो 9 पेज पकड़ ले। ये 10वां तो छोड़ दे, तो 9 का कितना होता है? 45 प्लस 10 55 55 और फिर बाद में ये क्या होता है 56, 57, 58। अच्छा ऊपर है क्या? चलो 56 की पिटिए, चलो कोई बात, आगे मार लेंगे मौका पे चौका। ये देखते क्या देता, तू भी 4 स्टार कैरेक्टर दे दे। जो भी है कुकी। चलो कुकी, कुकी का भी बिल्ड करना बाकी है। कॉन्स्टलेशन क्या है? सीवन क्या देते हैं? क्या ग्यो नारुकामी कैरियर्स राइट्स एओई इज इंक्रीज्ड बाय 40%। अच्छा एक्स्ट्रा विश लिया शॉप से। अरे हाँ रे, अच्छा बात है, तो याद दिला रहा है सब कुछ। ये वाला लेना है ना? चलो ले लिया। ये तो भाई, अरे बेनेट, भाई बेनेट, अरे बेनेट के लिए तो बचा रहा था मैं। ये साला 34 चाहिए, कितना चाहिए? 5 और चाहिए। 5 कैसे मिलेगा मेरे को? और एओई क्या बोलते रे? एओई का फुल फॉर्म क्या है? एओई डैमेज क्या होता है मेरे को जरा बता तो। मेरे पे बैनी C4 है। अरे यार रुको यार, अभी मार लेते रहो, जरा देखते क्या मिलता है। देखते हैं कहाँ मिलता है। देखो यार ये क्या हो रहा है, किधर किधर? C4 है यार। C4 कैसे मिला? मेरे को भी दिला दे यार, मेरे को भी C4 चाहिए। स्टैंडर्ड बैनर तो पहले उड़ाते हैं। क्या दिया? कुछ नहीं दिया भाई। दे दे कुछ तो अच्छा दे दे। फाल दो। एरिया ऑफ इफेक्ट, अच्छा एरिया ऑफ इफेक्ट। और डीओटी क्या होता है? डीओटी डैमेज। अरे दे दे, ऑलमोस्ट सेविंग्स हो गया। 4 स्टार दे दे। अब 4 स्टार कब देगा? अभी ऐसा हरामी आदमी है। अब डायरेक्ट, अरे वाह, वही अपने को, मेरे को ना ये जो भी है अभी इसका ना, मतलब पूरे टीममेट्स को हील करनी चाहिए। उसका ये कौन सा है कॉन्स्टलेशन? इसे क्या करती है? ग्रास रिंग ऑफ सैंक्टिफिकेशन ड्यूरेशन इंक्रीज बाय 3 सेकंड। बहुत बढ़िया भाई। इंक्रीज द लेवल ऑफ सैंक्टिफाइंग रिंग बाय 3। अच्छा मैक्सिमम अपग्रेड लेवल इज 15। अच्छा when the normal charged or plunging attack on the character affects the shinobi grass ring also hit opponents, the thundering mark grass will land on the opponent position until you electro damage based on 9.7%। ना ये ठीक ना, ये पीछे किस लेवल? ये अच्छा है। Question to take little damage, instance of damage will not take her down. This effect will automatically trigger when her HP reaches 1 and will trigger once every 6। 150 एलिमेंट्री मॉन्स्टर भाई, ये सही है भाई। 66 तो ओपी है भाई इसका। डॉट डेंड्रो वाले शायद, डॉट कुकी मॉटल 66 है भाई। हाँ इसका भाई, लेकिन क्या है ना, कोई 5 स्टार निकल जाए तो फिर क्या ही करेंगे। तो ये पता नीलो निकाले कि क्या निकाला? किलो नीलो नाइदा को C1 कर दे या नीनो निकाल दे? एक एक्स्ट्रा कैरेक्टर, मतलब एक्स्ट्रा पेन इन दी एस। एक ही कैरेक्टर को अगर जोड़ बनाएंगे तो अलग बात है। क्या ना, मेरे को खूकी के लिए चाहिए, लेकिन अब क्या है, अभी थोड़ा डेंजरस है। कुकी कभी और निकाल देंगे, कोई और बैनर पे आएगी तो फिर अलग बात है। दूसरे बैनर पे आई तो सही है, दूसरे बैनर पे कभी आई तो फिर निकाल लेंगे। नीलो का बैनर का खत्म हो गया, बेजू देख लेना या फिर गानी। बेजू तो हीलर है ना, क्या करेंगे। हीलर तो अपने पास है ही, और क्या कितना हीलर चाहिए। 2 हीलर हो गए ना कुकी, लेकिन कुकी साली अपने आप को छुरा मार के अपने हेल्थ कम करती है, वो अलग सर है। शील्डर भी, यहाँ शील्डर तो चाहिए मेरे को, शील्ड नहीं है बस। अपना डैडी आएगा, जियो डैडी। जोंगली कंफर्म हुआ क्या नेक्स्ट बैनर में? नेक्स्ट बैनर में क्या क्या कंफर्म हुआ है, मतलब नेक्स्ट बैनर।
I see everything. Hey. Get with me. Useless. Let's play it a little.
देखना पड़ेगा, मैंने भी लीग्स देखा नहीं है। बेजू शील्डर और हीलर दोनों। अच्छा बेजू, लेकिन कितना अच्छा शील्डर और हीलर है वो पता चलना चाहिए ना। पता चला अपना वो सायु जैसा निकला। सायु दोनों है ना, शील्डर और हीलर, लेकिन इतना खास नहीं है, मतलब एक फटके में फूट जाता है उसका तो। अरे इधर एक्स्ट्रा पीमोस कहाँ से आ गए वे हेंचोद? अरे प्रीमोस क्या बोलते हैं इसको? ये देख रहा है नया डाला है ये लोग ने।
Worthless.
भाई मेरा सच, हाँ वो अलग बात है कि एक एक्स्ट्रा रहता है सब जगह। मेरा पूरा स्टैचू अपग्रेडेड है फुल लेवल पे।
Take it easy.
या और ये बोल रहे हैं वन फर्स्ट फेज में याय और योई, ये कौन है बे? याय और योई कौन है? सेकंड फेज में काजुआ एंड काजुआ का तो कंफर्म सुना है मैंने। अलाहितम वापस? भाई कुछ काम धंधा नहीं है ये लोग के पास। अलाहितम क्या कुछ ज्यादा पैसा छाप दिया क्या ये लोग को? अलाहितम तो बहुत ज्यादा पैसे उड़ाए क्या पब्लिक में? योई मियाँ तो ठीक है, पता नहीं उसका यूज कर नहीं पाता मैं बरोबर। अरे यार आज मंडे है। अरे यार आज तो मेरे को बाहर जाना है। क्या हो गया मेरे साथ? मैं याई मी को निकालूंगा और काजुआ। भाई कितना प्रीमो सेव करके रखा है जो याई मी को और काजुआ निकालेगा। आज पैसे छाप रहे हैं।
Ad Astra Abyssos.
अबे तो 10 पुल
Welcome
तक
to
है,
the
इस बैनर
Adventurers
का
Guild.
एंड तक 25 पुल आ जाए।
Thank you for
कैसे निकालेगा पहले ये बता, पुल ही नहीं मिल रहेगा तो कैसे निकालेगा?
Ad
मुझे ये बता
Astra
दे।
Abyssos.
इवेंट बचा है, मेरे स्पाइरल बचे हैं, मैप एक्सप्लोर भी नहीं करा न्यू वाला, और शॉप से 5 फुल इजी मिल रहे हैं और न्यू भी आना है, मतलब 30 फुल तक हो जाएंगे मेरे एंड पे। भाई इतना कैलकुलेशन, इतना कैलकुलेशन। ये भाई ये परिंदे किधर गए? मैंने तो मारा ही नहीं अभी तक। मेरे वर्ल्ड में कौन आके चोरी करके जाए? बारिश होने लगी, थोड़ा छाता नहीं है यार ये। सबको जरा मैसेज आ रहा है, कितने बजे? क्राउन वाले इवेंट में ज्यादा प्रीमोस मिलते हैं हमेशा, आई थिंक सो 1000 तक। क्राउन वाला कौन सा इवेंट है भाई? अच्छा ये वाला इवेंट की बात कर रहा है, क्या है ये? परेड ऑफ प्रोविडेंस। बहुत पकाते हैं लेकिन ये लोग बच्चन बच्चन करते हैं बहुत। ये सब तो कर दिया था मैंने। क्या है? हीटेड बैटल, जीनियस इन्वोकेशन। भेंचो कौन खेलता है ये? क्या है? सेपिएंट ऑर्मंडस रूल, क्या है? बाद में करेंगे। कंप्लीटेड गर्डल ऑफ द साइन, मूवमेंट ऑफ नजाया, बाद में करेंगे इसको। अभी कितना टाइम है? 14 दिन है ना। आफ्टर अ ब्लूम, आफ्टर अ कैरेक्टर ट्रिगर्स अ बूम रिएक्शन, ऑल कैरेक्टर्स ब्लूम, हाइपर बूम एंड गलकिंग डायमंड डेट इज इंक्रीज बाय 35%, triggered once every 0. Max 4 stacks, each stack's duration is counted in 100. चलो ये गोल्डन वाला तो मेरे को मिल ही नहीं पाता है, चूते जैसे मिलते हैं। 600 प्रीमोस गया तेरे में।
Only innocent. Children and timid adults are scared of thunder.
चलो भाई चलो, सुमेरु चलो, सुमेरु 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 सुमेरु। क्या है बे? चल रहा है हमारे साथ।
This blinding sunlight is such a pain. No way I can get a nap in this weather.
The Udumbara are mysterious flowers that will only grow when Sorus have awakened. The flowers for सोरस किधर गया रे? क्या बोलता है? बहुत बेकार है। एक बार वो घुस के निकल जाता है। निकला और चले गया तो फिर मैं करूँगा क्या इसका? तो घंटा को समझ चलो अभी हमारे किसी तो मैंने शुरू भी नहीं करा उसे तो अरे हाँ ये तो मेरे को पता ही नहीं था। ये चिल्लर लोग ना भाई काजुआ चाहिए यार, ये सब वेंटी चाहिए, काजुआ चाहिए, छोरू पकड़ लोग ना दिमाग खराब कर।
If it's useful, I'll take it.
गेम की वॉइस ज़्यादा आ रही है, गेम की वॉइस ज़्यादा आ रही है तो कम कर देते थोड़ी सी। चलो अभी देखना जरा। मैं स्लो बोल रहा हूँ अब, शायद वो भी हो सकता है। अभी देखना जरा, कम किया मैंने। मेरे को भी कान में ज़्यादा आ रही है। सोरस, ये सोरस नहीं, मेरे को सोरठ लगता है। ये अलग ही बकचोदी है साला, ये क्या पता नहीं क्या खिलाता है। लगता है मेरे साथ टुकड़ी गए। अब ठीक है, चलो ठीक है। पता है नया मैप डालेंगे, नए मैप के साथ ये लोग का बकचोदी भी डालेंगे। क्या डालेंगे?
Reduced to just standing around. How absurd.
ये फ्लावर का करने का भाई मेरे को नहीं समझा।
Everyone hold hands.
Take it easy.
Our bond is strong.
अब ठीक है, मैंने छुआ ही नहीं मैप को, मेरे को कुछ नहीं पता। छुआ ही नहीं, मुझे लगा छुआ ही नहीं। अरे मैप तो मैंने भी नहीं छुआ, मैं तो अभी चालू किया हूँ। मतलब एक बार खाली खोल के फिर मैं बाद में भूल गया था मैं ये कुछ है। चलो भाई कैरेक्टर चेंज करते हैं। कुकी भाई अभी तो बाद में आना। ये अपग्रेडेड नहीं है। तेरा लेवल कितना है? तेरा लेवल बहुत कम है। किधर गई कुकी? हेंचो दिख क्यों नहीं रहा? चाहिए
Gonna be epic.
कितना दूर उड़ गए भाई लोग? अबे कितना दूर उड़ गए वे लोग? साला दिख नहीं रहा। सही किधर है? सही इधर है।
That's what I call treasure.
क्या झाड़ू गिरी है? मतलब इधर से कुछ भी बनाने का है लोग, हाँ? कुछ भी बनाओ, चुतिया बनाओ। मैंने स्टैचू भी नहीं खोले। मैंने क्या मतलब सुमेरु ही नहीं खोला। कुकी 90 कर लो। कुकी 90 करने के लिए अभी टाइम है यार, करते हैं अभी थोड़ी देर। क्या बोल रहा है?
Adventure team assemble.
आया का हस्बैंड। अरे भाई क्या डीपी डाला आया का ने भाई, चेंज कर दिया। चलो कुछ तो नया किया। मेरे को भी लोगो बना के देना। हाय हाय। अरे जो न्यू मैप आया है उसके 2 स्टैचू नहीं खोले। अच्छा उसकी बात कर रहा है। मुझे लगा भाई क्या ही बात कर रहा है। यार रास्ते से जाना पड़ेगा। बिना रास्ते के भाई रास्ते। आएगा कितना खेला? अरे एनी न्यू कमेंट माउस कीबोर्ड अंडर 500। माउस कीबोर्ड दोनों 500 के अंदर चाहिए या 500 का माउस 500 का कीबोर्ड? तू रहता कहाँ? एड्रेस बता, मेरे पास एक्स्ट्रा माउस कीबोर्ड है, मैं भिजवाता हूँ।
Off we go.
मुंबई में कहीं रहते तो बता देना। सेपरेट तो मैं जो यूज कर रहा वो ले ले। डेल का है माउस और कीबोर्ड, वायरलेस है। दोनों वायरलेस है, वायर की जरूरत नहीं है। वैसे भी तू एफपीएस गेम तो खेलता नहीं है कि नहीं? रुक जा, डिस्कॉर्ड देख। डिस्कॉर्ड पे फोटो भेजता हूँ मैं। भेजा रहेगा मैंने। काम कर, काम करता हूँ, लिंक भेज देता हूँ। दोनों वायरलेस है, माउस और कीबोर्ड, और वही यूज कर रहा हूँ मैं। हाँ हाँ हाँ, लिंक भेज देता हूँ।
Benny's adventure team assemble. Or not.
कुछ जरा सब्र करो। मैंने 2 ऑर्डर किए, एक घर के लिए और एक मेरे लिए। शेयर कैसे करते हैं?
Ow! Where did that come from?
प्यार का ऑप्शन किधर है यार? इसका
Benny's Adventure Team, assemble!
देख लिंक भेजा तेरे को डिस्कॉर्ड पे, चेक कर।
Or not.
वायरलेस है ठीक है, झंझट नहीं, वायर का झंझट मारी नहीं, मैं वही यूज करता हूँ। फालतू सरदर्द पालता ही नहीं है। पसंद आए तो ले लेना, नहीं पसंद आए तो कोई बात नहीं। लेकिन मैंने अभी तक दो ऑर्डर किए, यही सेम चीज। अब मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लगा है। क्वालिटी अच्छी, अरे क्वालिटी जबरदस्त है यार। तू 1000 रुपए का तू जेब्रॉनिक्स का कीबोर्ड लेने जाएगा ना, कचरा देगा। जेब्रॉनिक्स या कोई डेल है, डेल बहुत जबरदस्त क्वालिटी है भाई। इससे अच्छा माउस कीबोर्ड तेरे को कहीं नहीं मिलेगा। डेल का है, मतलब 1200 तक का कुछ पड़ेगा शायद तेरे को। क्या रेट दिखा रहा है देखो, मैं भी 1300 का पड़ेगा, ऑफर में 1100 का मिल जाएगा। मतलब अभी 4 तारीख को अमेज़न का सेल आ रहा है, तो उसमें 200 रुपये और कम हो जाएगा। क्वालिटी बहुत अच्छी है, बिल्कुल रिग्रेट नहीं होगा। अरे भाई 1 साल से ज्यादा से यूज कर रहा हूँ, गेम ही खेल रहा हूँ मैं।
Adventure time.
चल अभी फटाफट लाइक कर दे। पूरा जगह झाड़ 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 झाड़। ये लोग झाड़ झाड़ के अलावा कुछ देते नहीं है क्या? झाड़ से इतना रिश्ता है लोग का। झाड़ के साथ साथ ये झाटू कहाँ से आ गया? वही जब मैं डोमेन खोल के आता हूँ, बाद में कैसे बात करूँ। इसी बात पे लाइक कर दिया। आया का कैसी लग रही है पीएफपी में? क्या
Benny's Adventure Team,
बस
assemble!
छाटी है सुमेरो। सो क्यूट। डीपी में या एफपी में? डीपी में ना, एफपी क्या बोल रहे हैं?
Oh, ow! Where did that come from?
प्रोफाइल फोटो। अरे यार तो सबसे पहले तो मैं वही तारीफ किया ना भाई, मस्त लग रही है। तू आया वैसे ही मैंने तारीफ किया सबसे पहले कि हाँ भाई जबरदस्त लग रही है। सुना ही नहीं तो क्या तेरी गलती है, मैं क्या करूँ? तो सुना ही नहीं देता, क्या बोलूँ? लैपटॉप लिया है क्या तूने? लैपटॉप लिया क्या तूने?
Off we go.
हाँ, तू जैसे ही आया तूने स्टार्टिंग में बोला क्या बोलते हैं, हेलो बोला, उसी टाइम मैंने बोला ऑफ ही गो। अरे सॉरी क्या भाई, सुनने में दिक्कत हो जाती है कभी कभी। सॉरी क्या बोलूं।
Game's up. Fun's over. Going in.
The Temple of Wisdom.
Quietly now.
ये क्या है भाई?
I see everything.
Let's light it up. Gotcha.
में रुको यार, खाना खिलाऊंगा मैं तो। ये लोग का हेल्थ भर के आना चाहिए।
Everybody stand back!
Things are about to get dicey. Busted.
Evil conquering. Worthless. Useless. Here.
फटाफट मारो यार,
Worthless. Here.
फेल दिया ना इधर। फेल दिया।
Quietly now.
This might hurt a little.
अरे क्या है ना कि प्रॉपर रोटेशन वाला था ही नहीं, तो क्या ही करें।
Get out of my
अरे,
way.
ये क्या बॉसेस आए हैं बे?
Busted.
अरे वाह, क्या बात है, ये कौन सा फटका है बे?
Teamwork is true. Make yourselves at home. Hey,
Game's up. Game's over.
क्या है, गेंशिन खेले का ट्राई किया तो चला, पर रेजोल्यूशन बहुत कम करना पड़ा, फेल दिया। क्या सेंड हेल्प? एक सेकंड, तो क्या वो लैपटॉप था मेरे पास, एसर का कुछ तो मॉडल है, पिताजी ने उसका स्क्रीन अलग कर दिया था। मेरा भी एक्सप्लोर कर देना, सेवन का मैं टाइम मिले तो। अबे तू चुप बे, टाइम मिले तो क्या, मेरे से कुछ नहीं होने वाला, मैं खुद ही नहीं कर रहा हूँ, बोर मार रहा, इतनी स्टोरी पड़ी हुई है। अरे बहुत पोटैटो पीसी है। अच्छा, स्क्रीन अलग कर दिया एंजल, ये नहीं समझा मैं। गेंशिन खेलते का ट्राई किया था, चला, पर रेजोल्यूशन बहुत कम करना पड़ा। अरे एटलीस्ट चल तो रहा है, वो इम्पोर्टेंट है। हॉन्काई स्टार रेल ट्राई करूंगा उस पर स्ट्रीम करने की। अरे कचरा है यार, मैंने स्ट्रीम किया, घंटा कुछ आ रहा है, दिमाग खराब हो गया मेरा। हॉन्काई स्टार रेल मेरा तो दिमाग खराब कर दिया एकदम, क्या ही बोलूं मैं। ये जो छेद है साला, ये भी गुफा है क्या? बनाया तो गुफा जैसा है। और ये ट्रे पे निशान क्या है? अपना अपना निशान छोड़ ही जाते हैं। किधर है, किधर है टेंड्रोकुलस, किधर है भाई? झाड़ के ऊपर ही होगा कहीं पे, इधर कहीं कोपचे वापचे में रहेगा। इधर ठूसा है वे, इसी के अंदर होगा, ये इसके अंदर है, मेरे को पता है, चेक करके आता हूँ। ये सही है। हाँ अच्छा, इधर है। ले लेंगे, पहले जाते हैं। मैं तो स्टार रेल से भी इमोको का एंड काप्ता के लिए खेल रहा हूँ। काप्ता चाहिए, काप्ता, और ऑल्सो नताशा। नताशा तो मिल गई मेरी, C4 हो गई है, C1 C2 C3 या C4 हो गई है मेरी नताशा। नताशा हीलर है वैसे। ऑलमोस्ट मेरा खत्म है। स्टार रेल अगर चालू करूंगा, स्टार रेल तो मेरा ऑलमोस्ट खत्म है। C3 या C4 हो गई है मेरी। कहाँ से दे दूं विश? कर अबे, इतने सारे विश मिलेंगे, तू खेलेगा ना? बहुत विश मिलेंगे यार, बहुत, मतलब ऑलमोस्ट, मतलब पूरा दिन खेलना पड़ेगा बस तेरे को, तभी मिलेंगे, नहीं तो नहीं। अबे क्या गेम खेलूं बे, बता बे, ऑडियंस नहीं मिल रहे भाई, ऑडियंस आती ही नहीं है, पता नहीं ऑडियंस कहाँ चली जाती है। अब इतना अच्छा वीडियो, मैंने इतनी मेहनत से वीडियो बनाया, क्या बोलते हैं, पारलाइट 84 का, साला कितना व्यू है जरा देखूं मैं, 4 व्यू है, 4। साला उसका पोस्टर बनाने के लिए इतने, उसका क्या बोलते हैं, थंबनेल बनाने के लिए दिमाग का कचरा हुआ इतना सारा मेरा। क्या विश तो मैं नहीं करूंगा लिमिटेड बैनर पे, मैं तो वेट कर रहा हूँ काफ्ता के लिए। नेक्स्ट कैरेक्टर बोलते हैं बहुत बाप है। मैंने पीटी बना लिया है। अरे हाँ वीडियो डाला है, मतलब फारलाइट 84 का वीडियो डाला है मैंने। ये क्या भाई फोन को क्या होगा, चालू क्यों नहीं होगा? वीडियो बनाया उसका क्या बोलते हैं, क्या नाम है यार, फारलाइट 84 के ऊपर वीडियो बनाया, 5 व्यू आया देखो। वो भी कुछ नहीं। हेलो भाई हेलो। फारलाइट 84 पीसी पे मैंने डाला ना, लेकिन साला बहुत कुछ डाला ही नहीं है लोग ना, ऐसे गेम डालने के लिए डाल दिया साले लोग, तो चूतिए लोग। I told you long ago, long ago. रेड स्ट्राइक खेल रहा है क्या? अबे क्या है बे, ओरिजिनल वीडियो पे डालो भी तो साला व्यूज नहीं आते, क्या है बात? आज 24 आवर स्ट्रीम यूट्यूब वालों को चल क्या क्या है 24 आवर स्ट्रीम देखा नहीं मैं। There is no need to flatter me, मैं बड़ी refer to an elder among the elder of the विश्वनापति, ये लोग का नाम देखो ना। खेलूंगा सारे गेम आज 24 आवर स्ट्रीम, खेलूंगा सारे गेम्स करूंगा। अच्छा अबे कल जवाब है मेरा। मैं कर चुका हूँ 15 घंटे का स्ट्रीम कर चुका हूँ, 13 15 12 ऐसा कर चुका हूँ मैं तो, और लंबा जाता, लेकिन मेरा क्या सीन हुआ कि मेरा पीसी शट डाउन हो गया था बीच में, तो नहीं हो पाया। एपेक्स का किया था मैंने, एपेक्स का। Lady Sorush and you too, please come with me. Event triggers me found closer by लूडो खेल। अरे क्या खेलूं यार, लूडो खेलूं, लूडो वही इलेक्ट्रिसिटी वो सब का इशू रहता है यार। वो वर्ड वाला गेम था, वर्ड वाले गेम पे भाई पब्लिक आ रही थी, खाना खाने गया था, मतलब क्या है ना उसमें चैट फटाफट चल रहे थे, तो पब्लिक बहुत आ रही करूंगा थोड़ी देर में, तो रिप्ले चल रहा है अभी फिलहाल, पुराना वाला स्ट्रीम का चल रहा है। पेड़ का क्वालिटी देख रहे, ज्यादा कुछ नहीं। मास्टर हुआ तेरा, क्या बोलते मास्टर करने वाला था तू कल के स्ट्रीम में, सुना मास्टर करके फिर दूसरा गेम पकड़े। अपन काम ही करते हैं, ये सब तो आराम से पड़े चल जाता है। गेंशिन की पब्लिक आने वाली है, इसके लिए क्या बोलते हैं गेंशिन का 4.0 अपडेट आने वाला है, तो अभी 1 महीना। हाँ अब लेजेंड, अच्छा हाँ लेजेंड करने का, तूने रेनबो 6 सीज खेल, अभी गेंशिन का 4 पॉइंट बड़ा अपडेट आने वाला है भाई, कंटेंट ही कंटेंट है क्या? इसके लिए मैंने गेंशिन वापस चालू किया है। रेनबो 6 सीज मैंने खेला था बहुत पहले, लेकिन इतना नहीं खेला, मतलब अगर बोला जाए तो। ऊपर चलते सबसे बड़ी वाली कौन सी है? एक तरीके से घंटा कुछ दिख गया पीसी। हाँ मेरा ऑलमोस्ट वाला वर्जन होने वाला है, मैं तुमको पीसी वाले वर्जन में गायब भी नहीं होगा करना नेक्स्ट वीक। हाँ दे देना भाई, दे देना, इतने सारे फुलावर है, घंटा कुछ दे देना, कल ही चाल ट्राई कर दूंगा। डिस्कॉर्ड पे भेजना जरा। ये तो हैक वाला लगा के है, इतना वाला किया उधर ट्री टूट के, पता नहीं हवा में क्या छोड़ रहा है भाई। 2 लाख कितने में लिया? 47 2 लाख प्लस वाला सही है, सही में जानना है तो सही में बता देता हूँ, रुक जा, रेट देखने था मैं भूल गया, 70 के ऊपर था कुछ। लंबा चैट है यार, मेरा ऑलमोस्ट 450 वीडियो हो गया चैनल पे, 450। किधर गया रे? क्या रेट था? 79 80,000 में 79,000
757 वीडियो हो गए 450 के
500 बड़ी पार्टी नहीं, बाप का पैसा नहीं है, कमाया मैंने बहुत मेहनत करके
मंथ का
जॉब करके। यूट्यूब से भेज, यूट्यूब मादर चोद है साला, एक पैसा नहीं दे रहा
यार। 30K प्लस व्यूज निकाल लेगा तू कैसे बे? मेरा तो अब पता नहीं, मेरा व्यूज ही नहीं आते। मेरे शॉर्ट्स पे व्यूज आते हैं। मंथली मेरा कितना है शॉर्ट्स की वजह से? मंथली मेरा 8,000 अभी तो फिलहाल कुछ दिन से नहीं चल रहा है, बाकी मेरा मंथली हो रहा था।
मैंने
36,000 मेरा लास्ट 3 मंथ का है, लेकिन वो शॉर्ट्स का
भी मेहनत की है। तूने क्या मेहनत की है बता? हाँ मैंने तो मेहनत की है भाई।
वीडियो पे 30 प्लस के व्यू है तो मस्त
कंटिन्यू भाई। जॉब करने के बाद फिर आके
ऑलमोस्ट 20 के आता है।
कितना हेक्टिक होता है समझ में भी आता है। ऐसा लगता है कि मजा आता है, लेकिन इतना मजा नहीं आता।
मैं तो ऊपर नीचे होता है, कभी आता जाता रहता हूँ।
मैंने की है मेहनत। गाना है
तेरे वो 9 महीने पुराने वाले जो वीडियोस है, वो जो टॉप पॉपुलर वीडियोस है, उसी से आते होंगे।
स्मॉल पैकेज इनसाइड पता नहीं क्या बोल रहे हैं।
पुराने वीडियोस तेरे अभी भी शायद चल रहे हैं।
That's it's for those
जहाँ तक मैं देख पा रहा हूँ।
कौन से गाने सुनते हो बे तुम लोग? बहुत पुराना गाना है क्या? बैठे बैठे कमर टूट जाती है।
हाँ एवरेज।
अगर सिर्फ YouTube करने बोलेंगे खाली YouTube ना, तो फिर मेरे पास टाइम रहेगा, लेकिन फिर जॉब करो, फिर
सब्सक्राइबर खाली चाहिए तो
बहुत ज्यादा मेहनत।
शॉर्ट्स बनाएगा ना, तो शॉर्ट्स से सब्सक्राइबर आ जाएंगे। सब्सक्राइबर गेन करने के लिए शॉर्ट्स है, बाकी तेरा बहुत क्या बोलते हैं व्यूज तो तेरे वीडियोस पे अच्छा है।
मैं भी करता हूँ मेहनत, पर सारी मेहनत टॉयलेट में खुश हो जाती है। अरे वो तो हो ही यार, उतना तो होता ही है।
तो मेरे बहुत सारे सब्सक्राइबर
का लगता है पैसा
4,000 तो पहले का ही है। एक साल से 1.5 साल से 4,000 ही है।
एक तो ये लोग का पॉइजन अलग चल रहा है। रुको जरा, मैं आया। माय फेवरेट सॉन्ग हैमबर्गर चीज बर्गर।
सोच रहा था आज से निकालता शॉर्ट। हाँ शॉर्ट्स वही।
ये तो भाई मैकडी में दिन भर बैठा रहता है। अबे एक बार ऊपर खाया था मैं, तो इतना चूतिया बना के दिया था ना, मेरा दिमाग खराब हो गया। मन कर रहा था ना उसको
टेस्ट करके
गाली दूं। एक ही बार खाया हूँ,
देखा तुम्हारा चैनल स्टैट्स।
उसके बाद मैंने टच नहीं किया ऊपर।
जंप 4K सब्स।
अरे ब्रो पर गेंशिन में इतना जीपी
अक्टूबर में गया मेरा 4K सब्स। मेरा
प्ले की जरूरत
मतलब मेरा 1,500 सब्सक्राइबर था।
जीपी मतलब गेम प्ले ना।
3,000 4,500 मेरा मतलब सिर्फ एक हफ्ते में हुआ है वो। एक हफ्ते में बड़ा। अरे मेरा टोटल मेरा 3 मिलियन व्यूज है। 3 मिलियन जो लास्ट ईयर सितंबर में, लास्ट ईयर सॉरी मार्च में लास्ट ईयर 3 मिलियन में हुआ था।
सीधा सीधा लेके चलना, ये साला इतना लंबा घुमाता है।
बहुत लंबा इशू बताया था।
जीपी क्या है बताएगा मेरे को? गेंशिन में इतना इसकी क्या करना पड़ेगा तू बता मुझे।
एक ही वीडियो से मेरे को आ गया था बस। मेल में भी पड़ा रहेगा, मेरे को भेजा था।
Let's light it up.
करना पड़ा मुझे।
Busted.
आजा वीडियो बनाओगे मेरे को बताना, मैं टैग किया। क्या वीडियो को से ही निकाल रहा है कि कोई और दूसरा वाला वीडियो का एक और है ना कंपनी।
ये क्या कर दिया? क्या कर दिया? क्यों नहीं दबाना था?
वीडियो क्यों बूस्टर व्यूज एंड सब्सक्राइबर और मैं भी अभी इसको यूज करना पिछले हफ्ते किया हूँ। बहुत पहले से पता था, लेकिन मैं नहीं डालता था। ये लोग पहले परमिशन मांगते थे, पूरा स्टैट से लोग।
ग्राफिक कार्ड ग्राफिक परफॉर्मेंस में भी मेहनत करता हूँ। मेहनत गैंग क्या
भाई जून 10 से
ग्राफिक कार्ड ग्राफिक परफॉर्मेंस
ग्राफिक परफॉर्मेंस में भी मेहनत करता हूँ। मेहनत गैंग हैशटैग। मुझे सामान लेने के लिए घर से बाहर निकलना पड़ता है।
प्लस गूगल एसईओ प्लस
तो सामान लेने के लिए तो सबको घर से बाहर निकलना रहता है। ये कौन सी नई भाई है, नई बात है भाई। राजेश तो अभी असैसिन्स क्रीड खेल रहा है। ये क्या है यार, इसको स्क्रीनशॉट लो यार।
मेरे को
इसको
एक मिला
फोटो ले लो साला,
था
बार बार
उसी से
देखना पड़ता
वीडियो
है।
उसी के ऊपर बनाता था मैं।
खोलने से अच्छा एक बार फोटो
लेकिन
ले
अब वो
लेके
नहीं
बात ही
चलता है
कर।
अब। पुराना जब मेरा वायरल हुआ था तभी वो चला था। मतलब स्टार्टिंग में 2 महीना नहीं चला था, एक ही दिन में मैं भाई
फोटो ले लिया, अब इधर खोलेंगे।
उड़ा दिया था। स्काई रॉकेट हो गया था
सामान लेने के लिए खाली इसको
देखा
बाहर
भाई,
ही
1.5
निकलना
मिलियन
पड़ता है।
उसमें
खाली
views आ
अकेला
गए।
बंदा है जिसको बाहर निकलना पड़ता है।
एक ही
हम लोग तो
वीडियो
घर
पे।
बैठे बैठे ना बोलते हैं भाई
ये लोगों
ये
की
काम
और
कर,
इनका
कोई तो
काम
नौकर
मेरा
है भाई
काम
लेके आ
नहीं
जा।
करता।
मुझे तो बिस्किट लेने के लिए भी बाहर ही नहीं आना पड़ता है। तो भाई तू तो भाई अल्ट्रा प्रो लेजेंड मैक्स, अल्ट्रा प्रो मैक्स है
एक
भाई। इधर सब
एक
कुछ
हाँ
काम
एक
खुद से करना
105
पड़ता
के
है।
है और एक
इतना
उसको 1
वेलीगिरी
साल
है
हो गया
मेरे
है
पास।
ऑलमोस्ट, शायद ज्यादा टाइम हो गया उसको।
अबे
एक और
ब्रजेश
होगा
कौन सा गेम
गॉड
खेल
ऑफ
रहा है
वॉर
भाई?
और असैसिन्स क्रीड दोनों वाला।
कौन सा
वो
बताया था
दोनों पे
लास्ट टाइम
बहुत
नाम?
है। कॉपीराइट आ गया था, मेरे को निकालना पड़ा था 2 वीडियो।
असैसिन्स क्रीड तो
105
छोड़
के,
ही दिया।
75
मुझे तो
के,
बिस्किट
49
चाय
के,
में डुबा के
55
खाने के लिए
13।
हाथ
ये
उठाना
मेरे
पड़ता
4
है।
शॉट्स है जिस पे आते रहते
तो अलग ही बकचोदी चल।
हेडीज वाला है और बाकी गॉड ऑफ वॉर और
बोल ना,
Assassin's
हगने के लिए
Creed
मुझे बैठना भी पड़ता है, खड़े खड़े नहीं होता है। याद नहीं,
कैलिस्टो
याद भी
प्रोटोकॉल
नहीं
का
लास्ट
भी
कब
अपडेट
गया
आ
था
जाएगा,
अपना
साला
सामान
बात
लेने
है
जाने।
सबसे।
अच्छा
इसके कितने रेगुलर आ रहे थे इसके।
भाई गेंशिन वाला
अभी
पैसे दे रहा है
update नहीं
पैसे।
आया इसके। गेम रिलीज हो गया ना, बात तो उसके बाद तो नहीं।
गेंशिन वाला लेकिन बहुत हरामी है, स्ट्रीमर्स को पैसे नहीं देता इतने। अब बड़े बड़े स्ट्रीमर्स का पता नहीं। अबे यार आएगा कुछ आइडिया बता यार, सब्सक्राइबर बढ़ाने का, वॉच टाइम बढ़ाने का यार।
ये जो 1,05,000
तू ही है जो हेल्प
ना,
कर
ये
सकता
साला
है।
यही 10 मिलियन हो जाए तो मजा आ जाएगा। इसका
एक ही चीज है
म्यूजिक था,
भाई,
म्यूजिक
पब्लिक को
मेरे
चूतिया
जब
बना दे तो
मजबूरी
पब्लिक
में
आती है
हटाना
और
पड़ा।
सच्ची इज्जत से
वो
बुलाते
म्यूजिक
हैं।
की वजह से बहुत व्यूज आए थे।
इज्जत वाला वीडियो में नहीं आती।
कॉपीराइट नहीं दिया साले ने। जब मेरा 80,000 व्यूज आया तब वो लोग ने कॉपीराइट दिया, पहले नहीं दिया। बहुत ज्यादा ने इतना लेट कॉपीराइट दिया।
बोल क्या करूं?
म्यूजिक ही चेंज करना पड़ा। अभी जो म्यूजिक है अभी डिफरेंट है।
पॉज हो जाता है।
यही बात है ना, सारे लोग शुरू में कॉपीराइट देते
अपने
तो दो ना, बाद में क्यों
लीक
बात
कर
देते
दिया
हो तुम लोग
यूट्यूब पे।
साले?
क्या सही
ये
कंटेंट
copyright
क्रिएटर
का ये
प्रोग्राम
भी
का
फंडा है, सारे
फॉर्म
लोग
भरा
जब
क्या
वीडियो
नहीं?
अच्छा करने लगता है ना तो ये लोग कॉपीराइट
कंटेंट क्रिएटर का फॉर्म
इशू उसमें
भरने
भी
का
आता है,
टाइम
बहुत
खत्म हो
आता
गया
है।
भाई। टाइटल में सबको मिलेगा वेलकिन थंबनेल्स वाला।
एकदम शाणे है, बहुत शाणे है।
फ्री फायर था तब आना था, आपने लेट कर दिया यूट्यूब पे। अरे मेरे पास उस टाइम भी सेटअप था लेकिन मेरे पास दिमाग नहीं था, क्या बताऊं। मेरे पास रिसोर्सेस नहीं थे कैसे करने के। एसबी गेमर हाय सर। हेलो सर, हाउ आर यू भाई? सब्सक्राइब किए हो चैनल को? नहीं किए तो कर दो यार, और रोज आया करो यार स्ट्रीम देखने, मेरे वीडियोस भी देखा करो यार। अरे वेलकिन मिलेगा लेकिन कितना वेलकिन देंगे ये लोग को? फिर बाद में इतना चूतिया बनाएंगे तो कितना चूतिया बनाएंगे। और फिर मेरे पास तो पैसे भी नहीं है सबको देने के लिए। यूट्यूब से पैसा भी नहीं आता ना कि पैसे दे सबको।
Quietly now.
अरे हाय सर बोल के कहाँ चले गए भाई? क्या कर रहे हो यार? मरो ना जल्दी, दिमाग चाट रहे, फालतू का लड़ाई कर रहे हैं। सर मेरा अकाउंट में अभी कर दोगे क्या? एक विश चाहिए। आएगा आएगा, इसका कर दे। आएगा कर देगा भाई। किधर क्या आएगा? मैं भी मेरा, अबे तेरे को करने बोल रहा हूँ, इसका आईडी ले और कर दे। तेरा भी कर, 10 पुल हो जाएगा। फिर नीलो में विश कर देना। नीलो में विश करने का? नीलो क्यों भाई, नाहिदा मिल गई है क्या भाई? डिस्कॉर्ड ज्वाइन कर लो, डिस्कॉर्ड पे फिर बाद में ना आईडी पासवर्ड भेज देना, हो जाएगा। सब हो जाएगा, आएगा अपना जिंदाबाद है। क्या करने का था मुझे? मैं क्या कर रहा था? मैं चैट पढ़ने था। ये स्नाइडा जब सबसे पहला आई थी तब निकाली थी। अरे क्या बात है यार, मैंने तो अभी भी निकाला, वो भी मेरा दिमाग खराब है। मैंने तो अभी निकाला है।
The wrong test subject.
चलो मेरे को अच्छा ट्रेजर ऑर्डर का ये भी चाहिए जो। अब किसको पेलना है भाई? मैंने खुद ही पिछला अबिस नहीं किया। मैंने खुद नहीं किया था पिछला अबिस। हाँ हाँ भाई, इतना कुछ है ही नहीं, अभी खेलने के लिए था ही नहीं, तो मैं क्या करूँ? कुछ था ही नहीं करने को, तो फिर मैं अभी कितना स्टार्स है? स्टार्स मैंने तो अभी स्टार्ट भी नहीं किया। मेरा एपिस देख लो, मैंने खुद अभी स्टार्ट नहीं किया है। नो अबिस क्लियर गेम। मैंने खुद नहीं स्टार्ट किया, क्या करेंगे आप। वैसे मैं खुद अभी न्यू प्लेयर हूँ यार गेंशिन में, ज़्यादा मुझे इतना आइडिया नहीं है गेम्स का, तो मैं तुम लोग को इतना आइडिया नहीं दे सकता, लेकिन बेसिक आइडिया दे सकता हूँ। ज़्यादा चीज़ें एकदम इतना कुछ मेरे को पता नहीं है। ज़्यादा तुम लोग एक्सपेक्ट करोगे तो उतना एक्सपेक्टेशन से खरा नहीं उतरूंगा, तो फिर मेरे को बोलोगे कि भाई क्या कर दिया यार। टाटा डीसी ज्वाइन कर लिया डीसी ज्वाइन कर लिया। देखे जरा हमारा डीसी आ गया, उसको ऑटो स्टार्ट को तो बंद नहीं कर दिया। भाई एसबी गेमर तुम तो जाने पहचाने लग रहे हो, मेरे को लग रहा है कि तुम पहले आए हुए। ऐसा मेरे को फीलिंग क्यों आ रही है? एक और चीज और उसके अंदर आया का हस्बैंड मिलेगा, उसको आईडी पासवर्ड भेज दो। क्या है यार, कितना पहले ये बता दो। अरे नहीं, मेरा स्किल इशू है ना। हाँ आया था शायद, पहले सा सब्सक्राइब किया था चैनल। अच्छा हाय बोलो हाय डीसी में हाय बोला क्या? अच्छा बोला है भाई, तो देखा ही नहीं। इधर नहीं, इधर गया।
Those memories, so dark.
मैं कर दूं इसका 30? हाँ इसका कर दो। ब्रजेश नाम चेंज किया ना, क्या नाम किया था? ब्रजेश को भेज दो यार। तेरा नाम क्रिस की किसकी क्या नाम था यार? तूने नाम चेंज किया था, बहुत फ्री बैठा है। क्या नाम चेंज किया था तूने? जरा याद करूं मैं। ट्रिक्स तो नया बंदा है। अरे ब्रजेश भाई क्या नाम? के डैश था ना, क्या था? क्या नाम चेंज किया था? यश यार कौन सा वाला? इसको ना किक करने वाला कौन है? किक करने वाला अरे R9 भी है यार। हाँ डिस्कॉर्ड में क्या नाम है इसको बता दो ना, उधर आपका आईडी पासवर्ड भेजेगा ये। हाँ ब्रजेश भाई आपको ही बोल रहा हूँ। डार्क ब्लड को आईडी पासवर्ड भेज दो। वैसे मेरा नाम SFS ही है, क्या बोलते हैं डिस्कॉर्ड में। अब किधर जाना है यार? ये कहाँ कहाँ भगवा रहे साले सब? इतना लंबा जाना है? काला खून है, काला खून को भेजो, काला खून। जादू तेरी नजर। तुम लोगों को किक करने वाला नहीं पता था, किक करने वाला नहीं पता था, फिर क्या बोलेगा? ये कॉमन चेस कौन कहता है बे इतना मेहनत
I
करवाने के
wonder who
बाद?
this gift could be from.
तेरा बाप ने भेजा है रे, बाप ने। और तेरा बाप मैं है, समझे क्या? कौन है? मैं।
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see everything.
Gotcha. Here comes the catch. Let's light it up. Teamwork is evil conquering. Worthless.
Why would anyone want... Get it. It's not my concern.
ये वक्त ले पास आएगा। ये तो बहुत भूतिया जगह है। अरे मेरे देख तीन काला काला घूम रहे हैं। तीन नहीं है, दो है। पोलर डार्क, पता नहीं क्या है, जो भी नाम है इसका। लेकिन अपने को इधर अभी जिधर जाने का। कहाँ पहुँचे? अबे कहाँ कहाँ से लोग खंडर बना देते हैं ऐसी ऐसी जगह पे। लोग मैप डिजाइन कैसे करते हैं इतने? बहुत ही कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है रास्ता। यहाँ से जाने का, वहां से जाने का, यहाँ से आने का। अबे क्या घंटा बजाने का, उधर बिजली का झटका लग गया मेरे को। ये ले आ गया खंडर के देवता।
I see everything.
Useless.
और कोई? अबे यार कितने लोग हैं यार?
Busted.
Everyone hold hands.
Why do they never miss?
अब ये बहुत भगत आ गया।
Hey. Sharing my knowledge.
Things are about to get dicey. I'm going in.
Disappear. Here.
कर दिया डीसी में, पर वो ऑनलाइन नहीं है। वो आ जाएगा, टेंशन मत लो। वो गया रहेगा, आप देखा ना, वो कर देगा, टेंशन मत लो। मैं करता हूँ उसको मैसेज किया ना, वो आ जाएगा। वो कहीं गया रहेगा खाना पीने खाने, हो जाएगा भाई, टेंशन मत लो। उसका तो भाई पता नहीं, शायद 60 है उसका। एक्सप्लोरेशन में मेरे को हेल्प किया था उसने। वो बहुत पहले से खेल रहा है वो भी, आपके जैसा, जब गेम चालू हुआ था तब से। क्या हुआ, मैं जाऊँ इधर से? हो गया और कुछ नहीं है इधर करने में, जरा देखो। क्या ये रास्ता है? रास्ता खोल। बोल रास्ता। नई नई जगह आ रही है, करना क्या है? चलो अच्छा लंबा नहीं
A
बना।
chest full of valuables
रास्ते में काम
and a
निपटा दिया।
trove of potential clues.
ट्रेजर होल्डर्स को पहनना था लेकिन नहीं पहनूंगा बाद में। अभी अपने पास टाइम नहीं है। ऑन स्ट्रीम पुल कर सकता क्या? वैसे मेरा पीटी कम है। हाँ ऑन स्ट्रीम पुल कर दूंगा ना। कितना पीटी है वैसे? बोलो, कर देता हूँ। काम करो, एसएफएस वाले आईडी पे भेजो, मैं करता हूँ। अभी करना है बता दो, कर देता हूँ। कहाँ शुरू कहाँ मेरा रोटेशन इतना खा
Paimon's trying to remember. What else did we put on our shopping list? Oh, what a mouth-watering smell. Paimon would know the aroma of biryani anywhere. Let's go get some. We can still add it to the list.
Well, if it isn't the Traveler and Paimon. Wasn't expecting to see you here.
Hello there. Oh, it's been quite a while.
Huh. So you two are still hanging out together. Dia, didn't you say last time that you were gonna head back to the desert?
I said I was going to resign from being her bodyguard, not that our friendship was over. We're still the best of friends. The Homayanis also still post jobs from time to time. Their pay is always generous, so me and the other mercs never pass them up.
I told Dia to just stay at our place when she took one of those jobs a few days ago. My parents were delighted. They even said that it always felt like we were missing someone whenever Dia wasn't around.
That sounds like something they would say, all right. They're always so welcoming. Anyway, the job is already taken care of, so I was gonna head back to the brigade as soon as I finished a little shopping. But the master kept insisting, and I ended up staying for another day.
You can stay for as many days as you want, Dia. Father hasn't even gotten around to treating you to his best dishes yet.
You know I'm not the kind of person to stay put in one place like that, my lady. Don't worry, though. There'll always be next time.
What? She said they'll treat you to the best dishes! Paimon can't believe you can still refuse that!
But wait. Didn't you say last time that you would take me on a trip to the desert? Why don't you just take me with you today, when you leave? There are so many places I still haven't visited yet.
I'm sorry, my lady, but no can do. there's still a few things I need to take care of back at the brigade. Besides, the desert hasn't exactly been the most peaceful place lately.
Oh, come on. Not this again. That's also what you said last time and the time before that.
I know, I'm sorry. Just give me some more time, and I promise I'll plan the best trip ever for you.
All right, fine. To be perfectly honest, it's not that I wanted to go, it's more like I feel like something is off about you lately. Ever since you first set foot on the estate a few days ago, you've been acting anxious and even paranoid. Have you been delaying our trip because you've run into some kind of trouble?
Nah, are you kidding? You're worrying too much.
Would you swear on that? Friends shouldn't lie to each other, you know. I wouldn't pry any further if you're willing to swear on what you just said. But if something really is bothering you, then just tell me. You know I'll help you however I can.
Oh, looks like Junior's ad was onto something.
You're too perceptive, my lady. Seems I can't hide anything from you. I just thought that nothing good could come out of telling you about the messy happenings of mercenaries. Knowing too much only leads to more trouble. Mercenary life is a dog-eat-dog world where Mora reigns supreme. Everything operates on a completely different set of rules.
That doesn't change anything about what I just said, though. We're still friends, and I can only support you if I understand what's bothering you.
My lady, you're not gonna stop until you drag it out of me, are ya? All right, I'll share what I know. Let's go somewhere else first. This isn't exactly the best place for a discussion. Okay, let's talk here. Just try not to draw any extra attention. As you may already know, the Eremites have both a lot of mercenaries and a complex organizational structure. Many mercs are no different than me, just going around looking for jobs to earn some mora. My brigade is called the Blazing Beasts. We're not a large group, but every member is loyal and brave. However, not all Eremite brigades are like mine. Some are willing to cross all kinds of lines for the sake of mora. The most notorious is a faction known as Deshret's Relics.
Deshret's Relics? Judging from the name, they must really look up to...
Yep, you got it. I've heard that you've already crossed paths with Ain al-Akmar. They're one of the groups under the Relic's banner.
Oh, you mean the group that tried to sell us the Divine Knowledge Capsule? Yeah, they weren't friendly at all.
Deshret's Relics is composed of many smaller brigades like Ain al-Akmar. The Relic's headquarters issues orders to all brigades under his control. On any other day, I would want nothing to do with them. Unfortunately, though, the brigade that's stirring up trouble now is none other than Dakan al-Akmar.
Dakan?
I think it means beard or something. Believe me, it's a really stupid name. I found it insufferable for years. Anyway, the real issue is that Dakan al-Akmar is led by my father, Kusela.
Say what now?
I think I'm starting to understand your anxiety now. But what did they do?
I won't go into details, my lady, but they've been involved in a lot of violent incidents. We're talking hundreds.
Hundreds?
Yep. The scenes tend to be quite gruesome, too. They strip the victims of all their valuables before murdering them. Not only have they targeted merchant caravans and ordinary citizens, but other mercenary brigades as well.
That's beyond terrible. They won't even spare their own kind.
I don't know how Deshret's Relic sees it. All I do know is that Dakan al-Akmar has become more and more aggressive over the last few years. If I don't do something about them, then even my brigade or the people of Aru village could become their next target. I just wish I knew what's driven him to do this.
Yeah. How can your father do such terrible things?
I don't know. People change. He's always been pretty pathetic. But at least in the past, there were still a few lines that he wouldn't cross.
That's setting the bar pretty low.
I mean, if he was even remotely decent, then why would I have to leave the brigade and cut all ties with him? He was loud and foolish, with no real sense of purpose. Instead of doing anything useful, he spent most of his time drinking and chasing after women. Of course, the other brigade members were just like him. Their ruckus would go on night after night.
Sounds like a nightmare.
What about your mother? Did she ever step in to stop them?
Unfortunately, I never knew my mother.
I'm sorry, Dia. I didn't know.
It's all right, my lady. That's pretty common in mercenary circles. Didn't I mention that my father was chasing after women? I was the result of one of those encounters with some random person. He told me that he wasn't sure who my mother was. And in any case, she never came to see me. He'd say, "You'll be fine as long as you remember to stick with Dad." But even then, he left most of the parenting to the brigade. The one thing I do remember is that he used to tell me stories. But the problem was that he had terrible taste. He only knew a few stories, and even those tended to be pretty stale. They were tales of desert warriors defeating dragons in the forest, or stories of mercenaries rescuing princesses from rebel armies.
Sounds like your typical fairy tales.
More or less, yeah. They were interesting maybe the first or second time around, but after about 20 repeats, they started to get a little dull. He seemed to think those stories were the best things ever, though. He was so into them that he'd call the whole brigade over and make them perform the whole thing as a play. Even the toys he gave me would all be story props. I'd get helmets, shields, and toy swords. It was only much later when I realized that the shows were more for him than they ever were for me.
What an interesting guy.
Yeah, I've always found him pretty childish, but that was something I could just shrug off. I had no reason to despise him. Until I grew up and learned the true face of Deshret's relics for myself. Looting, blackmail, violence, and fraud. They not only accepted such heinous acts, they would even openly boast about them. No one in the brigade was any kind of hero. Instead, my father and his cronies were more like the bad guys that needed to be taken down. Did they really think that as long as they didn't do any of that stuff right in front of me, I would never know?
I think I can understand your feelings. The difference between perception and reality must have hit hard.
Yeah, but don't worry, my lady. It's all water under the bridge to me now. I had a huge argument with my father and left that place behind for good. I'm not investigating them due to any bitter feelings I still have towards my father. I just want to protect those that are close to me. Yeah, I told the boys to gather as much information as they could. Most of the reports concern violent incidents, but there's also some talk of smuggling.
I see. But isn't this investigation incredibly dangerous?
It is, but every mercenary lives life on the edge. It's a lifestyle that I enjoy.
That may be true, but it'll be impossible for those who care about you not to worry.
Well, now you get why I didn't want to share any of this with you.
What should we do? They both have valid concerns.
Huh? But there's no need for you to get caught up in this mess, too.
Well, she's super tough, so if she went into the desert with you, then Paimon bets the problem will be solved in no time.
I'm inclined to agree. I'd feel a lot more at ease if you took her along to help. I'll wait for news from you in the city until then. Please, stay safe.
I'm honored that you care so much for me, my lady. All right, then let's get moving. Our first stop will be Caravan Rebot, where we can catch up a bit with my fellow mercs.
Hey, Dia, you're back. Are these two friends of yours? Oh, so you've already become like one of us then? Well, that's good to know. Anyway, since we've got a newcomer, let me fill you in on what the Khan al-Ahmar's been up to lately. They've become extremely aggressive. Apparently, even their own now have become acceptable targets. They even attack other relics brigades, just the same as any other mercenary brigade.
Even the most ferocious beasts still protect their own. And it sounds like they've thrown that straight to the wind.
That's right. Once they've collected enough loot off the other mercenaries, they sell it off to a different brigade, or turn to merchants on the black market. A portion of their profits is immediately exchanged for more food and weaponry to be used in their next violent operation.
That's terrible!
Yeah, and it really makes you wonder why they're so desperate for mora. A few days ago, Isham and I trailed them for a while, and even disguised ourselves as merchants to conduct trade with them. We were able to learn a few things from the exchange. Rather than saying they're out to plunder and hoard mora, it'd probably be more accurate to say that they're experiencing an internal power struggle.
Wait, a power struggle?
You heard me right. The vast majority of their victims are mercenaries from the other brigades of Deshret's relics. If their only goal was mora, they could have gone after anybody. The targeted nature of their attacks points to a power struggle between the different brigades within the relics. That's the only plausible explanation we have. Unfortunately, we weren't able to find out anything more specific. It seems they're also trying to keep things under wraps. Oh, one last thing we discovered was that over the past few years, as the Khan al-Ahmar became more and more active, Deshret's relics as a whole became a lot weaker.
It sounds mighty strange to me too. Harun, you can leave the rest of the investigation to us. Gotta say though, I didn't expect you to go on a whole undercover mission during the few days I was gone. Sounds like you were really putting your necks on the line, no?
Nah, it was nothing. We're just as concerned about the situation as you are. The Khan al-Ahmar is your father's crew after all.
What he said. Besides, Dia, haven't you done more dangerous things than all of us combined? What we did is nothing compared to your experiences.
Yeah. And while they went to talk with Khan al-Ahmar, I took a look at the last camp they attacked. Any survivors of the attack were already long gone. There was nothing of value left in the camp.
Ah, Hisham and Khalaf. You're here too.
We rushed over as soon as we saw you come into Caravan Ribat. Although this new friend of yours looks a little green behind the ears, I'm sensing a special vibe from her. Now that we know you'll have a capable partner with you, we can also rest easy.
Hey, what about Paimon? Feel anything special?
Oh, you're also planning to tag along with them?
Of course! Paimon is the traveler's most important guide. Wherever she goes, Paimon will follow.
Oh, in that case, then you'd better take care of her too, Dia.
Don't underestimate Paimon!
Don't worry about her. She may look tiny and helpless, but she's been through just as many battles as the traveler here. Even if she had only survived on sheer luck, then that alone would still make her quite formidable.
I had no idea. I guess I shouldn't judge by appearances.
Oh, one other thing, Dia. When you're free, why don't you update the deputy about your upcoming schedule? We held another recruitment event a few days ago, but everyone only came to see the Flame Main. You weren't around at the time, so people were pretty disappointed to only find our crew of rough, unkempt guys. The deputy put a lot of effort into the event, but it was basically for nothing. Only a few people chose to stay, and that really got to him.
Sorry to hear that. I'll be sure to bring him some great liquor next time. I left in a hurry, and I couldn't make it back in time for the event.
Gotta admit, I can understand their disappointment, though. You're our brigade's main selling point, after all. Now, if only the deputy could figure out a way to bring a few more smoking hot members into our ranks.
Keep dreaming. Remember the last time I invited a couple gals into the brigade? You all just froze up with your mouths gaping like a bunch of scarecrows. The awkward silence and weird expressions left quite the impression on them. They were originally interested in joining us, but after that, they both told me they were too uncomfortable to stick around.
Hey, didn't we agree to never bring that up again?
Huh? Wait, are you serious? Why have I never heard about this?
I don't think you were part of the brigade yet.
Are you kidding me? I missed a once-in-a-lifetime moment like that and you weren't even gonna tell me?
All right. We can tell you about it later. Now's not the time.
Hey, don't you try to change the subject. You and Hisham get your butts over here and tell me everything right now.
Are they always like this?
More or less. There aren't many rules or graces when it comes to mercenaries. We're used to just speaking our minds. If someone starts getting under your skin, you just yell right back at them. And if that doesn't put an end to it, then you just challenge them to a fight. But we also don't tend to take many things too seriously. Being direct and getting it all out of your system as soon as things come up is better than keeping everything bottled up, never talking about it. That's also why I never spare their feelings when I talk to them. If I want to laugh, I'll laugh. If I'm angry, then I'll unload on them. It's hard to stop once you get used to it. Though, I can never do that when I'm with the Homayanis. Hey, knuckleheads! Can you at least tell me the rest of the intel before you go back to your bickering?
Yeah, you hear her, Holof? Told you we gotta focus on the investigation first. I drew up a map. Right here is the spot. There you'll find the merchant caravan responsible for getting rid of Dakan al-Akhmar's looted goods. All you gotta do is wait and ambush them in the evening. They'll have no idea what hit them.
Perfect. Thanks for that. Be sure to pass my regards to everyone else in the brigade as well.
Will do. You stay safe, Dia.
This should be the place. Let's find a spot to hide and bide our time. It's gonna come down to a fight one way or another, so let's all be careful.
No need to worry. She knows her way around a fight.
I'm not worried about that. What I meant is that we probably shouldn't go too hard on the enemy. After all, we still need to get information out of them. Here they come. You ready? Let's not give them a chance to react and end this quickly.
I see everything.
It's close enough. Where do you think you're going? I'll be back.
Huh? You're the Flame Mane.
Good. That saves me an introduction. All right, time for a little talk. Are you buddies with Dakan al-Akhmar now? Tell me, what are they after?
You know the code of being a mercenary just like everyone else. The first rule is to never divulge key information about our employer. What makes you think I'd talk?
That might have worked on an amateur, but I know you're just looking to protect your reputation. Think about it, though. What's your reputation worth if you won't have the other tools you need to succeed in this line of work? Tools like, I don't know, your limbs or eyes? You've got 5 seconds. You might want to think twice about how much your employer's information is worth to you.
Whoa!
I'm not joking around. We can do this the easy way or the painful way. 2 seconds!
I'll save you the trouble.
Huh? Are you crazy? He tried to bite off his own tongue. Quick, search the area for any first aid supplies. I definitely didn't expect him to go that far. Thankfully, the wound wasn't too deep, and he just passed out from the pain.
But why would he be so extreme?
I just wanted to test his mettle. You can get a lot of mercenaries to talk just by threatening them. I didn't expect him to be willing to go through so much pain just to deny us some intel.
Well, he's out cold for now. We could wait for him to wake up, but maybe it's not a good idea to interrogate him any further. What should we do?
Yeah, don't worry about it. It'll be a waste of time to interrogate him again after that. He might just hurt himself again if we start asking. There are lots of goods around here. Let's search the area. Maybe we'll be able to find something. I'm really sorry.
We found a piece of paper with a bunch of names on it. Maybe it's a record of something.
Let me take a look. If this really is a merchant caravan, they should have a record of their transactions. Yep. I see an entry for Dakana Lakmar right here. Kusela, Idrisi, Bashar, and Takriti. All familiar names. Dakana Lakmar has been trading for a hefty supply of food, weapons, and medicine. It seems that in the past, they used to receive some canned knowledge as well. This caravan is just one link in their logistics chain. Once in the rainforest, the caravan will exchange the looted goods for mora, and the funds will then be passed to a specific person. That person will then pack the caravan full of necessary goods, which will then be brought right back to Dakana Lakmar. Wait, why is there no mora value recorded for the final transaction?
No value?
Yeah, every transaction before the last one was marked with an exact amount of mora, but the final one, where they paid for everything to be brought back to the desert, was simply marked as delivered. Perhaps, but they couldn't have known how much they would make off selling the loot. Do they not care about profit margins at all? Anyway, the next part's the records of the goods themselves. There are a lot of entries. Everything was probably sourced from the rainforest. Huh?
What's wrong?
Shahzaman Homayani?
Homayani? You mean Dunyarzad's family? Could it just be another family with the same last name?
I'd be surprised to find someone with the exact same first and last name. Shahzaman Homayani is Dunyarzad's father, and the head of the Homayani family. Just what the heck is going on here? I'm sorry, you're right. I'll consider what we found and not jump to conclusions just yet. But what this piece of paper confirms is that the Homayani family has been providing goods to Dakana Lakmar.
What if the Homayanis have been kept in the dark and don't know they've been trading with Dakana Lakmar?
That's a possibility, but if that was the case, why is this caravan specifically named Shahzaman as their person of contact? They could have just as easily bought goods such as food and medicine directly from Caravan Ribat or Port Ormos. Yeah, funding violence and looting. The brigade gets the goods, and he is paid the proceeds from the sale of the loot.
But why would he do something like this? It's not like the Homayanis are in need of money.
I honestly have no idea. I've been to their estate many times, and I've never noticed anything suspicious. The only potentially large expenditure I could think of would be the treatment costs for Dunyarzad's Elazar. Maybe they borrowed a lot of mora in the past? But that's still just a speculation. I don't think the master would stoop so low to make mora. You're probably right. I know my lady's personality, and she wouldn't deliberately keep something like this from us.
But what should we do now? All we found is just another mystery.
If you ask me, we already have no choice but to confront her about this. I'm not worried. It's too early to make a verdict yet. I still have faith in the Homayanis. Let's go find my lady again. We'll tell her everything and see if she's willing to lend us her support. If we're lucky, we can not only figure out the mystery of this paper, but also follow the trail of breadcrumbs to the people responsible at Dakan al-Akmar.
Dia, are you sure this is the best decision? What if instead of getting the help we need, we just end up revealing everything we've discovered to the enemy?
I've considered that possibility, but even still, I want to tell her what we found. I think I owe her that much. True friendship is built on trust. She showed genuine concern for me when we first brought up the topic. I can't repay her kindness with doubt and suspicion. That's not how I deal with people.
You're right. Paimon wants to trust Dunyarzad too.
Yeah. Let's pay another visit to Sumeru City. We're back, my lady.
Oh, you're back a lot sooner than I expected. You mustn't have run into any trouble then. Well, how did it go? What did you come up with?
Actually, we're still investigating. It's just that we've discovered something strange.
I see. The clues you found have led you back here, in the city?
Something like that, yeah.
You all look a little dispirited. Whatever you found must not have been very encouraging after all. Why don't you discuss it with me? Maybe I'll be able to say something to cheer you up?
It's okay, my lady. It's not so much about me being upset with my father or anything like that. How should I put this?
So something is wrong. Even the Traveler and Paimon have been uncharacteristically quiet. On any other day, Paimon would have already waved to me with a smile and shouted, "Dunyarzad, we're back!" So tell me, what happened?
Well?
My lady, please prepare yourself for what we're going to tell you next. It concerns the Master.
The Master? You mean my father? Okay, I understand. Don't worry about me. I'll listen as attentively as I can. My father has been supplying goods to Dakan al-Akmar?
Yeah, it makes as little sense to us as it does to you. I've never doubted the Master's integrity, so I'm having a real hard time rationalizing how he could ever support an infamous brigade like them. Maybe he's not actually aware of the full story and just stumbled into the deal by accident.
I can't help but agree with the Traveler.
Huh? You mean you feel the same way, Dunyarzad?
Thank you for sharing all this information with me. Since you've told me everything you know, I should also tell you about some doubts that I've been harboring for quite a while. In the past, I thought that my father hired a bodyguard for me so that I wouldn't run away and get lost. However, there are plenty of capable mercenaries in the Corps of 30. Why did my father go out of his way to hire Dia?
About that. Well, the Homayanis really needed bodyguards, so they reached out to the Blazing Beasts. Later, the Master told me that I was one of the best mercenaries he'd ever seen, and that I should stick around to become one of his bodyguards. He offered me a pile of mora, so I just signed on.
Well, but that didn't really answer my question. Just think about it. Why did my father specifically reach out to the Blazing Beasts?
Maybe the Corps of 30 just didn't have anyone available, or maybe someone recommended us. I've never given it too much thought. I think I get what you're saying. You'd think none of this was a coincidence.
Precisely. At first glance, nothing seems strange or out of place. But there are many parts of the story that don't actually make any sense. If my father had always been in contact with Dekan al-Akmar, then it would make sense for him to bring Dia into our house.
You mean the goal all along was to get Dia to be your bodyguard?
No, that's too much of a stretch. I cut all ties with my father a long time ago. He has no control over my life anymore.
But that still doesn't rule out the possibility that your father has still been trying to influence your life without you knowing.
So, the Master was not likely an innocent victim in all of this?
Sorry we put all this on you so suddenly, Dunyarzad.
It's okay, Paimon. I should actually be thanking you. Regardless of his reasons, if my father has truly been funding a violent group of mercenaries, then it's my duty to bring him back to reason.
But is that really the right thing to do? My father has committed many atrocities and deserves all the punishment that he has coming to him. I have zero sympathy for him. You may call me an ungrateful child, but my feelings will remain the same. However, the Homayani family has treated me with nothing but generosity and kindness. If we decide to investigate this further, we could end up implicating the entire Homayani family. I would be biting the hand that's fed me over all these years.
Dia.
It's all right, Dia. If anyone were to ask, you could always just say that I'm the one who instructed you to get to the bottom of this.
You don't have to do that, my lady. I'm not conflicted because I'm afraid of taking responsibility. Besides, you're the one we should all be worried about right now.
Hey! It's still too early to give up hope! What was that thing about friendship again? Right, yeah, trust! You said that yourself, Dia! Besides, there's no point on getting all riled up before we've confirmed all the facts!
Thank you, everyone. That makes a lot of sense. I guess I should always remember the trust that I've placed in people. In which case, my lady, could you ask the Master to come out and have a chat with us?
Sure thing. I also hope he'll be able to give us a logical explanation. Let's meet at the usual place then.
Usual place? Ah, right!
Thank you for coming, sir. Please allow me to introduce these two. This is the Traveler, and next to her is her travel companion, Paimon.
Ah, yes. My daughter has mentioned them from time to time. It's a privilege to finally meet them in person. But we may skip all the pleasantries for now. What is the important matter you wish to discuss with me today?
Well, we wanted to bring this transaction record to your attention. There's something on this record that we're all pretty curious about.
So, that's what you found. Huh. Seems like I can't keep everything from you much longer.
If you wouldn't mind, we'd like an explanation.
Well, it's a long and difficult story. And to be perfectly honest, I'm not sure if I'm doing the right thing. What I do know, though, Dia, is that the truth will bring you no solace. If anything, It will likely cause you a great amount of anguish.
Wait, me?
Yes. I understand perfectly why you came to see me. And I am touched by your collective commitment to do the right thing. But knowledge always comes at a price. And sometimes, as they say, ignorance is bliss. Your father, Kusela, and I both believed that. Of course, you have the right to seek and learn the truth, but I must warn you. The facts of this matter may reduce everything you've built for yourself into sand, blowing in the wind. If you must proceed, then Kusela's heartfelt efforts will also fade into the wind like a fleeting mirage.
His heartfelt efforts? I'm sorry, sir, but I'm not sure I follow. I've made it this far in life without a single drop of my father's support. I have my own ideals and ways of looking at the world, as well as people and causes that I've chosen to cherish and fight for. None of these things have anything to do with him. I came here today to support you as the head of the Homayani family. No warning will change my stance on that.
I understand. Then let me tell you a little story. Our family once needed to take a trip to the desert when Dunyarzad was just a baby. Along the way, we were attacked by bandits. They had superior numbers and quickly overpowered our bodyguards. When all seemed lost, a group of passerby Eremites lent us their support. Those Eremites were Kusela's brigade, Dekan al-Ahmar. Kusela's men told me that the attackers were Eremite mercenaries, just like themselves. I was shocked. Why would Dekan al-Ahmar go so far to save us and not spare the fellow Eremites? Kusela was grinning and walked over to play with baby Dunyarzad. She was startled by his unfamiliar face and nearly started crying.
Really? I never knew.
He said that he had no particular reason to help us. He just took pity on us because he had a daughter about the same age. We started talking about our children, and I sensed that he was a devoted father. To repay his kindness, I hired his brigade to help out at our estate for a time, and offered everyone generous remuneration.
So, that's what happened.
It was many years before I saw him again. I almost didn't recognize him the next time he came knocking on my door. The man I knew to be strong and healthy had been reduced to a shell of himself. He couldn't even walk anymore without his cane.
So, what happened to him? He was perfectly fine when I left the brigade.
I'm not too sure myself. The only thing that didn't change was his cheery disposition. He said there was absolutely nothing to worry about and that he had gotten into a fight. That was all. He then suddenly asked me if Dunyarzad, now that she had grown, would need a bodyguard of her own. At the time, Dunyarzad was going through a particularly severe bout of her Elazar. There was no need for her to have a bodyguard when she could barely leave the house. But he kept coming back to the topic. Come on, it never hurts to be safe. How do you know a bodyguard won't come in handy one day? I was completely lost at first, until he recommended the Blazing Beasts, and in particular, a mercenary named Dia.
So he was the one who recommended Dia to you.
Indeed. He didn't say it out loud, but it was clear that he saw Deshret's relics as an evil group who would eventually corrupt every member in their ranks. He was already beyond redemption, but he hoped that he would be able to detach his daughter from the vicious world of mercenary life. If Dia could stay in my house and keep working as a bodyguard, then gradually her affinity for the desert would decrease, and she'd be able to leave her previous life behind.
And that's why you offered her such generous compensation?
Yes, but not just because of that. From the moment that he asked me for that favor, I also began to see Dia as my own daughter. And that's also why I tried to persuade you to stay when you asked for permission to leave. I was willing to spend however much it took. Kusela saved my daughter and I all those years ago in the desert. I could never refuse him entrusting his daughter to me.
He was always like that, acting like he's oh so smart and self-righteous.
Kusela said that he'd reimburse me for a portion of Dia's fees. I refused to take any mora from him, but he'd always send me funds anyway. Eventually, I just accepted them as a token of his gratitude. And that went on for a while until I received another letter from him a few years ago. The letter contained a request to help him buy food, weapons, medicine, and even explosive materials.
Wait! Isn't that around the time that Dekan al-Ahmar started becoming more aggressive?
That's right. When I started to hear some nasty rumors, I became wary. I wanted to meet him face to face to discuss things. But by then, he was no longer receptive to my requests to talk. If I had to guess, it's probably because he doesn't want to put Dia at risk. That thought occurred to me as well. I figured that he probably came to me for help because he had nobody else to turn to. After some deliberation, I decided to send him some food and medicine. I turned down all his requests for explosives and weaponry. I am aware that even such a reduced gesture of support could lead to others coming to harm, but I could not simply reject his plea for help. In the end, it probably was the wrong decision. I plugged my ears to the rumors and just chose a solution that made me feel least guilty about myself.
If you can, please tell me where he is now. None of the things he's doing right now make any sense if he's just trying to keep me from getting tangled up in his world. If all he wants to do is steer clear of me, then maybe he shouldn't have brought me into this world in the first place.
Oh no. Dia, please don't feel that way.
I'm just angry because I can't wrap my head around any of his actions. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't think I can do it. But I guess you do have a point. We haven't uncovered the whole truth yet. We still need to figure out his exact actions and reasoning for these last few years.
I'll do my best to help. Of course, anything between the two of you would need to be resolved between you and him alone. I don't know Kusela's exact whereabouts. Outside of supplying his brigade with some goods, I tried my best to avoid getting involved any further with him. However, there's a man on the list named Jawed. He used to be a mercenary in the desert and is now a member of the Corps of 30. He's responsible for supplying weapons and liaising with the Dekan al-Ahmar's merchant caravan. I think he should know Kusela's whereabouts. I've heard that he likes to have a few drinks alone and enjoy the cool wind at night outside the tavern. Maybe you'll be able to find him there.
Understood. Thank you, sir. Then I guess this is bye for now, unless...
I'll stay and be with my father here. To be honest, I'm still a little dazed and haven't finished processing everything quite yet. My father has indeed done something wrong, but if I think about it, I'm also not sure if there was a right way to handle this problem. I feel like our only course of action is to turn everything we know over to the Corps of 30 and let them render judgment.
Yes. I am prepared to accept whatever verdict they choose. It's time to face my mistakes.
और राजू भैया काम कैसा चल रहा है? चल रहा है, काम कर रहा है कि नहीं पहले ये बता. मुझे तो लग रहा है टाइम पास कर रहा है. एक तो तबीयत खराब है, खांसी वासी हो रहा है. बस चल रहा है अपना. क्या करूं चैनल का क्या करूं मैं समझ में नहीं आ रहा यार. तबीयत ठीक होगा फिर वापस वीडियो प्ले गेंशिन और कंट्रोलर. हाँ ट्राई करता हूँ. कंट्रोलर तो एकदम नया पहली बार मेरे को वाला है, मेरे को दे दिया यार. मेरे को चाहिए भी नहीं था. Go look for Javed outside the tavern at night. Tavern में कितने लोग हैं? ये क्या है? मुझको भेज दे। तू किस पे खेलेगा? ब्लूटूथ वाला है क्या? हाँ ब्लूटूथ वाला। अभी नेक्स्ट कोई नया गेम खेलना
We're here, acting Grand Sage Al-Haytham. What's our next course of action?
Acting Grand Sage Al-Haytham.
Looks like you haven't read any memos lately. The new Academia decree clearly states that even a sage doesn't have the authority to interfere with the Matra's actions during an ongoing investigation. If your superior were here, he wouldn't be asking me what to do. Instead, he'd be telling me to stay out of the way.
You're right. Understood. Then please wait here as we lock down the perimeter and search for suspicious persons.
1500 या 1700 का है?
Ilyas, please stay here. Acting Grand Sage Al-Haytham, I'll have to trouble you with the protection of our primary witness.
Sure, though I'd rather he just protect himself.
पूछता हूँ। मैसेज किया है? दे रिप्लाई
He's the same as ever, casually ignoring people just like he did back at Aru Village.
Answering a simplistic question only enables the questioner. Besides, I need him to understand my position clearly. Arav has just as many doubts about my coming along as you do. But unlike you two, he's making this matter more complicated than it is, with his considerations like the acting Grand Sage is trying to seize the Matra's powers. That question was obviously bait. The Matra were once under the influence of the sages, and so were often subject to these bureaucratic traps. The test was strictly unnecessary, though. I hope that our exchange will assure him that I won't interfere with their work this time.
Why is this so complicated?
This is why I was against becoming the acting Grand Sage from the very first. Titles and rank inevitably make a lot of things more troublesome than usual.
Excuse me, acting Grand Sage Al-Haytham. I've had a question on my mind, and I need to know the answer no matter what. Have we met before?
No. I have no recollection of ever meeting you.
Haha! I thought so too. I probably wouldn't have had anything to do with someone of your caliber.
Then why did you ask?
Well, for some reason I felt a sense of familiarity when I met you for the first time.
Really? A misperception, perhaps. Or...
Acting Grand Sage Al-Haytham, we've apprehended a suspect.
Siraj?
No, it's the Kasharwar researcher who has dealings with him. His name is Narendra.
Acting Sage Al-Haytham? Wait, can someone please explain what's going on? I admit that I did steal some mechanical components from the lab and sell them, but does something like that really warrant the personal interest of the acting Grand Sage? What have I gotten myself into? I know I let greed get the best of me, but please, I promise that this won't ever happen again.
I would like to ask him a few questions.
Of course.
Do you know Siraj?
Yeah, that's the name of my buyer. He asked to make the transaction at the tavern, but he never showed up.
What were the details of this transaction?
He's doing some kind of experiment that seems to require many power generators and electrical components that can only be found in our project. He contacted me in private and said that he'd pay a large sum of mora if I was willing to put some aside for him, under the pretense of them being defective parts. We had originally agreed to meet at the tavern earlier today to do the trade. I sure didn't expect to get stood up, or run into you all.
Perhaps Siraj was aware that Ilyas might leak information, so he intentionally didn't show up. Whatever the case, it seems that this lead ends here. The good news is, regardless of what Siraj was planning, his progress will now be severely hindered by a lack of power generators and electrical components. We still have time to conduct our investigation. Do you have any more questions for the suspect?
No, he's all yours. But I'd like to borrow Ilyas for a while.
Oh, that's fine. We conducted a comprehensive lie detection exam, which showed that he has a genuine case of amnesia. We're not planning to pursue any further breakthroughs on that front. However, I am curious, what do you need him for exactly?
I've read some papers regarding amnesia, and I'd like to try restoring his memories.
I see. We'll be returning to the academia then. I'll leave Ilyas in your care.
Follow me.
Siraj didn't show up at the tavern, and Narendra didn't give us any leads. Ugh, that means we're stuck. Oh, Hatham, are you serious about seeing things through? Paimon's pretty surprised that you're this interested in the case.
I thought you would have guessed the reason by now.
Huh? Paimon has no clue.
Yes, we were classmates.
Oh, so that's why you asked to come along when Arav briefed you on the situation. So you're not here because you're interested in the case itself, but because you know the suspect?
You couldn't be further from the truth, but I wasn't expecting much from you to begin with. For the time being, all you need to know is that we were once classmates. I became the scribe afterwards while he continued his academic endeavors. He submitted a thesis 1 year ago, and the Grand Sage at the time asked for my opinion. I did not approve of it because it committed one of the 6 cardinal sins by touching upon human evolution. From violating matters regarding human evolution to attempting the forbidden and fearing none, the 6 cardinal sins are the origin of all evil in this world. They are also what the sages use as a reference when formulating or amending the rules of the academia. My opinion was that Siraj's research was both overly naive and in violation of various core principles. The Grand Sage took some of my suggestions on board and ultimately decided to reject the application.
So that's why he's buying energy sources and electrical components.
He's most likely trying to circumvent the rules and conduct his experiment in secret.
That sounds super suspicious. Oh, we gotta stop him. Ilyas, can you try to remember things again? Maybe something new will pop up.
I'm sorry, but I've already tried many times. And no matter how hard I try, it feels like everything in my mind is shrouded in a thick mist.
It is possible for a person to subconsciously forget some of their memories as a defense mechanism against extreme stress. However, these memories aren't truly lost, but merely sealed away. They can be restored with the appropriate stimulus. Now, try to recall things you care about. They don't need to be related to this case.
Well, actually, I feel like I've forgotten more than just the memories of the time I was kidnapped and experimented on. The kind of person I am, the things I've done, I can remember some things, but I can't recall some others no matter how hard I try. But I do vaguely remember that there are 2 things that I have to do no matter what.
Do tell.
The first is to get my paycheck from the academia and give it to my younger sister in Gandharvaville. I'm not sure about the details, but it seems that I would send money to my younger sister every month to pay for family expenses.
And the second thing? What's the second thing?
I can't remember. Sorry, there's just so much I can't recall.
Not unexpected. However, you're the only one who has seen Siraj and knows the exact location of his cave at present. As such, we'll do everything we can to help you regain your memories.
Losing your memories must be really painful. But don't you worry, we'll help you get them all back.
Oh, thank you so much. This feeling, it's more than just pain. I don't know how to describe it. I have so few memories that I don't even have a clear idea of who I am. and my head's always ringing. It feels like I could faint at any moment. But amidst all that, it also feels like I've been set free somehow. Nevertheless, I have you all to thank for bringing me what clarity I do have right now. Now, I do remember that I worked part-time at a place in the academia called the Research Preparation Center. That's also where I got my monthly paycheck.
I see. In that case, let's go and find whoever's in charge there.
Huh? Who are you guys?
I know what you've been up to. Smuggling weapons to violent brigades in the desert while working for the Corps? Pretty bold, if you ask me.
Shh! Keep your voice down. How do you know all that? Come with me. We should take this elsewhere. I'll be happy to talk things over once we're somewhere private. This place should do. All right, back to my question. How did you all know about me?
Don't worry about that for now. You know what kind of punishment you'll face once we report you to the Corps, I assume.
Wait, there's no need to jump the gun. Let's talk this out. What are your terms?
So what's in it for you anyway, Mora?
Well, I was a little tight on money at the time, and Kusela took good care of me in the past. I weighed it in my mind, and I couldn't find a reason to turn the opportunity down. I wouldn't only be helping my benefactor, but I could also make some quick mora.
Let me tell you how it is. We're investigating Khan al-Akmar, and we're gonna put an end to their operations. If you provide some help for us, then we might just put in a good word later to reduce the terms of your punishment.
Hey, why don't we discuss this a little first? Listen, I made quite a bit of mora from my last run. You just give me a number, and I'm sure we can...
Shut it. My patience is running out. You should know when a mercenary is after something other than money.
All right, sheesh. But you gotta promise you'll put in some nice words for me later. They're always on the move. Here's the spot they were at the last time I made my delivery to the desert. Feel free to go have a look. I'm just telling you, though, it's not on me if they're not there anymore.
Sure. And then you can forget about any nice words from us.
Hey, come on. Now you're just being unreasonable.
Really? And how do I know you're not leading us straight into a trap? Don't forget, you're the one with no bargaining chips.
All right, I get it. Why don't you go take a look, and if they're not there anymore, I'll try to figure out something else for y'all.
Now that's more like it. Let's move. And as for you, try to stick around the city until we get back. You don't want us to call the folks from the Corps and have them drag you back to the city. Seems like we're in luck. That should be their camp right up ahead. Let's go. We'll finally get to the bottom of this ourselves. I'm here to see Kusela. Tell him to get out here.
Tia, why are you here?
Quietly now.
Let's get it on!
Take my
lead.
Take my
jungle.
Gotcha. Haven't you all done enough?
Oh, so are you also here to stop us?
Stay out of this. It's got nothing to do with you.
Busted. Our bond is strong.
Let's get it on! Ha! Cha! You asked for it.
She's so strong.
Enough fighting. We all know each other, and I don't want to take things too far. Just bring Kusela to me. There's no use hiding him anymore. Did you understand a single word I just said? Or do I need to bash your skull in some more?
All right, everyone, let's all just calm down for a second. Dia, the boss can't come out and see you anymore. He died a long time ago.
What?
Seems like you've been out of the loop for a while. Guess that's for the best, though. At least, that's what the old man wanted.
When did he die? What happened to him?
A few years ago, Kusela broke up Dakan al-Ahmar and went to the Deshret's Relics headquarters by himself.
So is that when you guys started acting up?
We would prefer to call it taking revenge. Every last person in Deshret's Relics must pay in blood for what they did.
Let me start from the beginning. Dia, do you know how the head of the Relics maintained order internally?
Overwhelming strength and unquestionable authority?
Those were a part of it, yes. But just those on their own weren't enough. They had another tool at their disposal. They called it a person's record. Regardless of whether they joined by their own will or were coerced, every person in Deshret's Relics were forced to leave a record of themselves at headquarters. Whether it be their deepest sin, some unforgivable act, or their most immoral exploit, the record served both as a symbol of loyalty and the perfect material for blackmail. That's precisely it. Every one of us have a record. Me, Bashar, Tikriti, and all the boys who grew up with Dia and ended up joining our ranks. But you, Dia, you were never asked to provide a record, were you?
I never even knew this was a requirement.
You were probably the only person in all of Deshret's Relics who didn't know about it.
Ever since you were born, Boss had been trying to shield you from this organization's sinister rules. Not only that, but he also banned all of us from committing any nefarious acts. He said he'd take care of the dues we had to pay regularly to headquarters. But in the end, he was just an ordinary person. What could he do? He was forced to go to headquarters again and again to account for missed dues and incomplete records. He'd come up with all kinds of excuses and get beaten up as a result.
We all knew he was doing that for you. He wanted to get you out of this world, no matter what it took.
And that's why he became a shell of himself and couldn't walk without a cane.
Wait, but that doesn't make any sense. I didn't know about any of this, and I'd never seen him get injured or beaten.
Because you were too young at the time. How would you ever tell between wounds from a beating and wounds from battle? When you left home after that final argument with him, he seemed to age by a decade overnight. Even his hair went gray.
So, even the blazing beasts were...
Yep. It was all his doing. Had he not arranged them to come to you, you probably would have been reduced to a pulp before you ever left the desert.
A few years ago, Boss said he needed to make another trip to headquarters. He was already pretty weak then, and we all assumed he was going to get beaten again. I suggested that he hand the role of leadership over to me, but he said there was no longer any need, since the Khan al-Ahmar would soon be no more. His words made no sense to me. But that night, we heard that a massive fire tore through headquarters and razed everyone's records to ash.
Everyone gained their freedom that night. Many members fled, not just from our ranks, but from the other brigades as well. But how could we leave with a clear conscience? All of us who knew exactly what had happened.
The boss can't have just died for nothing. Those heartless jerks at headquarters took him from us.
From that point on, the sole purpose of Dakan al-Ahmar became revenge. The big fire that boss started was quite a blow to headquarters' strength. It's given us the opportunity to launch our attack. Even though we're outnumbered, we vowed to see our revenge through to the very end. There were people from headquarters who changed their names and went into hiding. Some fled to other brigades, and others escaped to the rainforest. But we won't let any of them escape our wrath. They'll all pay for what they've done.
We've suffered plenty of losses as well. To keep going, we need an enormous amount of supplies, from food and medicine to weaponry and explosives. All we can do is exchange our loot from Mora, and then use that to get supplies. We forged Boss's handwriting and sent out many letters to his former friends. Thankfully, many people were willing to come to our aid. We were also able to attract many mercenaries who shared our goal. We've endured unspeakable pain to win many impossible battles. Deshret's relics have become weaker and weaker, and now we finally have an opportunity to directly strike their headquarters.
Paimon doesn't know what to say anymore.
We do know right from wrong, but we were sinners from the very beginning. We do not deserve the freedom that the boss won for us with his life. Boss always loved his old-fashioned hero stories. Those tales about sacrificing yourself to save the world. We used to always laugh at him for it. But in the end, he really went and lived those stories out himself. As for me, I never considered myself a hero. We're all the lowest of the low. We have no right to even imagine such an existence. But maybe those hero stories he liked foreshadowed everything that was to come. The spirit of the hero touched all those he had saved, and more people joined his cause. Maybe we were all just acting along with the play in the beginning. But as we acted the parts and recited the lines, we were drawn in. And now, we want to see the story through to the end. I'm sorry, Dia. I know you always found us insufferable ever since you were young. Just think of this as a madman ranting.
I'll go with you.
Huh? Dia? You wanna go with them?
I grew up with these guys, and I know they're not bad people. It's just that some situations get so bad that it's difficult to tell good from evil. All I know is that Deshret's relics must be destroyed. Furthermore, I want to go see the place for myself. I want to know if my father is still there. I know you don't want to get involved in this, so there's no need for you to tag along. I can do this on my own.
Yeah, Paimon feels like we'd only regret it if we don't see this through to the end.
Thank you. We'll be a lot stronger together with you.
I bet Boss would lose his mind if he ever knew you'd join us at the very last moment like this.
Considering all the losses and injuries we sustained, we can't afford to turn down someone as powerful as you.
He can think whatever he wants. But the fact is, I owe him this much.
Those memories. So dark. Reduced to just standing around. How absurd.
Wow. Paimon didn't expect it to look like this on the inside.
They should all be holed up in here. Don't know how many people they've got left, though.
Who cares? We'll round up all of them.
Still, we should be careful. Even if they've only got one shot left, it could still take us out.
Yeah, we'll know what they're really capable of once we've landed some hits on them. Deshret's relics may have been a force to be reckoned with before, but their name means nothing now.
Yeah, they don't stand a chance with you here. I'll take the lead. I've been here once before.
Gotcha. Look alive.
I'll be
Everyone hold hands.
Quietly now.
Let's get it on! You're dead meat!
Need. That's close enough. Bob, it's Uncle. You want this? No more
Busted.
sleep.
I see everything.
Things are about to get dicey.
Look alive!
You. This way, follow me. We're almost there.
Wait, they went charging ahead without checking for any traps.
Hey, you guys okay?
It seems like we just got trapped in here. Don't think we triggered anything else.
Watch out, the enemy's coming from ahead.
Well, now that things have come to this, seems we'll have to fight our way through.
Don't worry about us. We knew something like this could happen. Go and take a look around. There could still be another way through. Let's go! We can't let the boss down!
Let's check if there's another way. The sooner we can make it through to help them, the better.
Let's see. I think I see a way through over there, but it's being blocked by something. Let's try our luck with that mechanism.
Okay, let's go!
Our bond is strong!
Gotcha.
Buckle up! Ha! You asked for it! Ha! Ha! Hi! Another mechanism like the one before, but this one's being blocked off in the middle.
We just need to adjust it a little.
Our bond is strong!
Things up, fun's over.
Hey! Everyone hold hands! Dissipate!
Let's get it on! Hi! You're dead meat!
Our bond is strong! This may hurt a little.
I wasn't expecting anyone to make it through from the other side. But as a desert dweller, I suppose we should be used to our folks defying all expectations.
Don't waste your breath. You have nowhere to run.
Run? Had I wanted to run, I would have fled 1,000 times already. I witnessed the golden age of Deshret's relics. Even if I could leave this place behind, all that awaits me now are endless days of humiliation and ruin. Even now, my brothers and I still believe in one thing. The greatest should never live to remember their fall.
So you want to go out in a blaze of glory?
Let us draw our weapons! We will show them the true power King Deshret bestowed upon his followers. They are but two, while we hold within ourselves the entirety of the relic's glory. Wave 1, charge! Eliminate them!
Quiet now.
I see everything!
Where do you
Here
think
comes the
you're...
catch.
Get with us! I'll settle this!
Buckle up!
You don't continue, water. You're just getting started.
Everyone help me!
Patience.
Gotcha.
King Deshret will not abandon any one of his followers.
Lightning terrified!
Disappear! Worthless! Here!
Pulverize!
Here! Worthless!
I'm getting sick of
Here!
Brothers! This is where we prove our faith.
Do you all just want to die?
None of us plan to leave this place alive! Lord of Sand, your sacrifice is ready.
Where do you think you're going? But we'll meet again. commander has finally fallen.
But they're still coming at us! This place is like a gladiator's ring. They just keep coming no matter how many we beat!
Yes! Keep fighting! There's no need to fear, and no need to back down! This is our last stand!
When the next wave comes, try to draw away their attacks. I'm going to see if I can take out that high platform.
Get out of my way!
Come and face me, Michel! Ugh, so they've broken through the front as well.
Apologies, Lord Michel. They fight like absolute madmen. No matter how much we throw at them, they just keep coming for more.
So, it would seem like this is the end.
Time to pay for everything you've done, Michel.
You think I would give you that opportunity? I will be buried in the sand alongside all the rest of our fading glory.
Hey, wait!
We were too late.
It's over. There's no more need to fight. But if you're still going to cling on to your so-called mercenary's pride, then I'll give you all a good beating as well.
Hey, Dia! I found the mechanism. I'll get you all back up here right away.
Let's go.
Take it easy.
Who are you filthy rats? And why are you always pestering us?
You call yourself a member of the infamous Deshret's relics, and you still can't even tell who's made it all the way to your headquarters?
Who knows what intent a bunch of rats may have? We try to catch a couple, and you all just show up on the other side instead. How are we supposed to figure out what you're after? Hey, have you ever heard of a man by the name of Kusela? Why would I know? It's not like I'm in charge or anything.
This is your last chance to talk.
Hey, I said I don't know anything. I'm just an average member here. I'm telling the truth. If you're here to find someone, why don't you look through the records yourselves? Who can remember every name and face with so many people coming in and out every day?
The irony. His life became a light for so many, yet to others, it wasn't even worth remembering. Where's the records room? Answer me!
It's right over there. All the files are in there. You can go through them as much as you want. It's not like any of them still matter anyway.
I mean the old records room.
The old records room? You mean, the one that got burned down? Kusela. Ah, yeah, I remember him now. The guy who could hardly walk. Watch your mouth. That's our boss you're talking about. He was definitely faking it. We all let our guard down as soon as we saw him come hobbling in. But in the short time it supposedly took him to take a dump, he'd already gotten away and started a fire in the records room. He couldn't have possibly outrun us if he wasn't a fraud. And after that, Deshret's relics fell into complete disarray.
Stop wasting our time. Every one of us here is perfectly aware of what he had done. Tell me, where is the old records room?
It's just over there. Go see it for yourself if it means that much to you. There's nothing left in there but ashes. No human could ever survive that kind of inferno. Bashar, Tikriti, let's go. We'll leave the others here to guard these guys. Spare them no mercy if they try anything.
Our bond is strong. Dissipate.
So, this was his final destination. How did he do it? Getting past all the guards with a limp and sneaking in here to start a fire? If he was nimble enough to do that, then he must have been able to get out of here after starting the fire, right?
Tia.
I'm sorry. I know it's just wishful thinking. Let's look around. Maybe we can find something that's been left behind.
Is this a cane? It must be the one that Dia's father used.
Kusela.
Thanks for everything, boss.
We're fortunate to somehow find that cane after that fire.
Let's split up and look around some more. What if something else has been left behind?
But what else could survive a fire like that?
Huh? Potso.
Wait! Isn't that the toy sword you played with as a child?
The dragon is no more, for Princess Dia has slain it. Its head now hangs above the city gates. Her bravery has brought eternal peace and prosperity to us all. Dia, come on. This is the most important line.
You can do it.
But Dia, you defeated the dragon. Everyone's waiting for your speech. Still too shy, huh? All right, I'll do it. I hereby proclaim our victory. Evil shall plague us no more.
I hereby proclaim our victory. Evil shall plague us no more, Dad. What's this?
Don't you remember? You asked Paimon what she would do if she were to wake up tomorrow with loads of money. And Paimon said that she would get boatloads of tasty snacks. You looked super confused at the time, but said it was an adorable thing to say. These opportunities don't come by often. So today, Paimon's gonna treat you to a special... Hey! This way you get something from the both of us for the price of one. Anyway, the point is that you should eat to your heart's content. You'll feel better for sure once you've gotten something in your tummy. Junior Azad will also be here shortly. She's already heard that we're back.
Aw, thanks you two. Honestly, this is very unlike me. I just had a lot on my mind on our way back, so I didn't know what to say. My chest was filled with all kinds of intense emotions. They just shook me even more than all the feelings we've shared during our previous adventures. But when everything came to an end, those emotions also vanished without a trace, and I was left feeling more empty than ever before. It was as if I'd lost the thing that was most important to me. Yeah, you're right. To many mercenaries, Mora is the most important thing in the world. But perhaps to us, it's the most worthless thing of all. Idrisi and the others all used to say that they would quit if there was no Mora to be had. But when it came to avenging my father, there was no Mora to be made anywhere. My reality shattered when I found out that the father who always told me hero stories was in fact a bad guy. But look at me now. Am I any different? Despite all my promises about never forgiving him and never trying to understand him, I still went to such lengths to find out the truth, and nearly even shed tears for his sake. We're hypocrites, all of us. Yeah, you're right. It's just a pity that we often only recognize our true feelings after it's already too late.
You're back! Are all of you all right?
Ah, there she is!
Yeah. Many people from the Corps of 30 came over, and I just wrapped up everything with my dad. All I can do now is wait for their verdict. Huh? Dia, you're looking quite down again.
Paimon will explain. A lot happened while we were gone.
I'm sorry. I really should have controlled my emotions better. I just...
It's all right, my lady. You were hurt by all of this as well. Truth be told, I'm starting to feel a little guilty watching you cry like this.
But Dia, your pain must be even worse. You shouldn't need to comfort me.
Hey, don't worry about me. If anything, this whole thing has finally shown me the difference between illusion and reality. My father probably thought that people could settle into new lives as long as they moved to a new environment. That thought has even crossed my mind a few times. It's like saying, what's wrong with adapting to a new life? However, there was always something deep within my mind that refused to accept it. This impulse brought me great turmoil, and even made me feel ashamed for turning my back on your father's kindness. But now that I consider it again, it all makes sense. The desert sands are a part of who I am, and I will never be able to lead a peaceful existence.
I understand how you feel.
That doesn't mean I won't be making any changes to my life, though. As an example, I'm now thinking about taking on some small odd jobs. It's just like Idrisi said. I also want to catch up to my father and become a character in his play. Even if the ending of the story may be childish and ridiculous, it won't really matter.
Isn't that neat, though? Oh, you'll be a whole new kind of mercenary, one that's not out for Mora. Why don't we go for a change of scenery once we finish eating? What about stopping by the Grand Bazaar again?
Right. You said you wanted to get a rug for your family.
We'll come along too.
I can't thank you enough for taking care of me this entire time.
Hey!
These parts are safe for sure.
Mew! It's nice to see you again! Oh, hey there, Traveler in Paimon. Are you here for some shopping too? That's right. Although there were a few hiccups here and there, the Sub-Zerus Festival turned out to be a grand success. And so, the theater wants to host a celebration event. Do you two want to come? It'll be a really fun time. It's something like a tradition of ours. Whenever we wrap an important performance, we'll get together and unwind. Rehearsals are exhausting. If you keep your nose to the grindstone, you're going to wipe yourself out sooner or later. Mr. Zubair, our manager, always says that celebrations aren't just for fun, but that they should also be occasions for reflection and review. But no one remembers that once the celebration starts. It's not like he can't also have some fun himself. We've been to a lot of festivals during our adventures. Will your celebration also have lots of yummy food and drinks? Of course. We always do lots of eating, toasting, and gift exchanging. We try really hard to show our appreciation for everyone. Ah, so we'll need to bring a present. Hey! Paimon's gonna put you in a box first! It's fine. No need to stress, Paimon. You can come, present or not. The gift exchange is just to make the celebration more entertaining. You two being there would be the best gift of all. It'll also be a good time to introduce you to the rest of the theater. Is something up? You mean when I danced at the square right in front of the academia? Not a single person came after me. I left really easily. After that, no one came to the theater to scold me either. We actually gained many new customers, and they were all academia students. From what I can tell, in the past, if a student were to put off their studies to watch a show or dance, they'd be called foolish and irresponsible. But now, it seems like this attitude is changing. People are starting to believe that engaging with the arts can help them balance their moods, and through that, improve their research efficiency at work. Anyway, it seems like people have to personally experience something to gain a good understanding of it.
They should thank us for opening their eyes!
That'll probably take some time. They're still droning on and on about experimentation and proof. Will they really gain more appreciation for the arts if they continue to think of everything like that? Anyway, all that aside, are you thinking about coming to our event?
Paimon thinks it'll be a great time! What do you think, Traveler?
Alright, then let's head to the theater. Wait, I completely forgot about this pile of stuff!
Whoa! Did you buy all of this, Nilu?
Just one box. The rest were given to me. I really don't know how it came to this much.
That's way too many freebies! Many vendors give out samples for free, but Paimon's never seen this much!
All I know is that whenever I start chatting with people, my hands would get more and more full until I can't hold everything anymore. This seems to happen every time. I was planning on making a few trips to bring everything back before continuing on with my shopping, but I don't think I'll have the time.
So this isn't even all of it?
Are you sure?
Of course! Carrying stuff is a piece of cake for her, right, Traveler?
I'm so sorry to trouble you like this. I meant to invite you to our celebration, but now you're helping me instead. Well, let's hurry up and grab the last few things, so we can get back to the theater.
Oh, this rug here is quite something. The craftsmanship is exquisite, and the fabric is also of high quality.
Ah, here you are. Finally, I found you.
Hey! Aren't you that mercenary who bit his tongue? You can still talk? Wait, are you here to take revenge on us?
What are you talking about? Do I look like I could take you all in a fight? I just came here to give you something. I'll be on my way to give myself up to the Corps after this. Once I woke up, I hurried to the Khan al-Ahmar's camp, hoping to alert them to your presence. But when I got there, I found no one except the members who were still too injured to move.
Ah, so you probably got there after us.
Yeah, they told me that they had exacted their revenge, and everyone had turned themselves in to the authorities. Even that last camp was not going to last for much longer. I had joined the cause to repay an old favor from Kusela. Now that everyone's already turned themselves in, I might as well do the same. One of the injured members gave this box to me, and told me that it contained some of the old man's last possessions. Everything left in the camp will get confiscated, so I figured I should get this to you before the Corps could get their hands on it.
Thank you.
No worries. We are all just living our own truths. There's no need to comment or judge anyone for it.
So this box contains everything that Dia's father left behind. Huh. It feels lighter than expected.
Well, back in the day, the first thing he did with any mora was spend it on things like drinks and meat. But let's see what's inside. What's this? It's just a bunch of junk. Ugh, it kinda stinks.
Perhaps it's just been left unopened for too long.
A handwritten copy of a storybook. The paper's already yellowed, and it looks like it's about to fall apart. It was against the Academia's rules to possess books for personal use. If he was going to break that rule, he could have at least copied something useful.
That probably means this was really important to him.
And here are a few bags of children's snacks. The packaging's completely deteriorated. Maybe that's where the smell was coming from.
Did he get those for you?
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. Even when I was a child, I was never a fan of these kinds of snacks. He'd always say that he got them for me, but in the end, he always ate more than I ever did. Who even leaves snacks in a box like this anyway? Isn't that just common sense? Forget it. Let me see what else is in here. A razor, some buttons, some round iron tiles, a wooden toy puppet, a wool scarf, which from the looks of it probably belonged to a woman, and a hair clip? Why are these things here?
I'm suddenly feeling a little scared.
I'm sorry, my lady, but this is just the kind of man he was. He probably saw this box as some kind of personal trash heap and dumped any and everything in there. 2 empty liquor bottles.
Huh? There's something in the bottle!
Oh, you're right. All right, I got it out. It seems to be a piece of paper with some writing on it. The bottom part's all damaged from moisture, though. Let's hope the writing didn't smudge. I was suddenly seized with an urge to write a letter after finishing this bottle. I just folded it up and left it in the bottle, though. If I end up forgetting about it, it won't really matter. To Dia. It's a letter for me? It's all right. I'll just read it out. If he went to the trouble of writing a letter, there must have been some important things that he wanted to say. Or at least record down.
My condition's becoming worse and worse. Can't even walk without a cane anymore, much less go out and have fun. Guess I don't have many days left. If you're reading this letter, then I suppose I'm already long gone. You were adorable as a baby. Everyone loved you. And regardless of whether you were crying or laughing, everyone enjoyed having you in the group. But once you grew a bit older, you were no longer nearly as happy or cute. It's probably Idrisi's fault. He was never up to any good.
Can you believe this guy? He can point the finger at himself.
Anyway, back to the point. To summarize, I'm writing this so you would know not to feel sad for me, even if you end up finding out the truth. The reason being that I was never your father to begin with.
Wait, what?
Surely, he must be joking, right?
I don't know.
I was quite formidable when I was young, and 100 times cooler than some so-called flame main. Really felt like the whole world was under my feet. With just a teeny tiny bit of effort, I felt I could rule over the entire desert. But as fate would have it, I went out into the desert for a drink one day and discovered a baby in the sands. It was you. You were just lying there, small and helpless. You were so tiny that if the wind blew for just a little while longer, you would have been buried forever. But your cries were so loud they made my head hurt. Now that I think of it, you really were a bundle of energy.
Sounds like he's serious.
I told Idrisi and the others that I had slipped up with a woman while out and about. None of them even doubted me. I'm sorry that I had to lie to them for so long, but I really had no other choice. I was their most esteemed leader, after all. It's not like I could just tell them that I suddenly wanted to play at being a father. At this rate, I'll puke up all the liquor I just drank from this bottle. Anyway, Dia, you possess the kind of freedom and kindness that we could only dream of. As far as how you should live your life, that'll be up to you to decide.
That's the end of the letter. In the end, he was still thinking of me as a little child. I suppose, or I would have suffocated under the sand a long time ago.
He was a good father to you. The fact that he wasn't a blood relative doesn't change that.
Yeah. It's just a pity that we had to learn the truth of everything like this.
Do you already have some ideas about the decision that he wanted you to make?
I do. If he first found me alone in the sands, then I want to try my hand at finding the person who abandoned me. I just have one wish. To tell them a story. That there once existed a childish and foolish jerk with a heart of gold. And that only under his care was I able to grow and mature into the person I am today.
If you end up finding any leads, can you share them with us? We go on adventures all the time. Maybe we'll be able to find some information for you.
Sure, I appreciate it. I wasn't expecting you to be so enthusiastic.
I'll help too.
Thank you. All of you. Thank you so much. My life has certainly had its twists and turns, but I've always considered myself lucky. Because no matter where I've gone, I've always been surrounded by incredible kindness.
भाई क्या बात है भाई, बहुत दिनों बाद आ रहे हो। कल आए थे। अरे मैं शुरू में कोई चैट नहीं करता था तो मैं देख नहीं पाता हूँ। मतलब शुरू में अगर स्टार्टिंग में कोई मैसेज नहीं करता ना तो मैं गेम में ही लगा रहता, तो मैं चैट देखना बंद कर देता हूँ। मैंने देखा मैसेज किए तो मैं जस्ट जैसे ही गया वैसे ही मैंने देखना चालू किया। सो लॉन्ग। अरे वो गेम ही ऐसा था, क्या बोले। क्या ही बताए काही, वो गेम ही जबरदस्त वाला है। 10 घंटा यार काजुआ का वेट कर रहा था भाई, प्रीमो जेम्स नहीं है, दिमाग खराब हो रहा है। काजुआ चाहिए था यार, बहुत जगह काजुआ की जरूरत है।
Good roll.
तिगनारी C2 मिल गया, C1 मिला यार, दिमाग खराब है यार।
All right.
अभी क्या कर रहा हूँ? अभी तो यार अभी
Maybe I'll
कुछ
take
नहीं कर रहा
one more
हूँ।
day off and
अभी ये
knock out
स्टोरी
the
कर रहा
rest of
था
the
मैं,
work once I'm feeling up to it.
अभी तो दहिया का स्टोरी खत्म हुआ है। कितना स्टोरी बचा हुआ है देखो जरा। दहिया का स्टोरी खत्म हो गया। इधर दहिया का स्टोरी था ना, इधर अलाइतम के बाद वो खत्म हो गया। नीलू करूंगा, फिर नाहिदा का ये 2 स्टोरी, अलाइतम बेजो सब बचे हुए। तो अभी ये सब करेंगे, फिर ये खत्म करके फिर उसके बाद हैंग आउट। और क्या ही है। कितने पीटी पे आया दिखाता हूँ। अरे बहुत पीटी लिया यार, बात वो प्रॉब्लम है ना, 50 पीटी 60 पीटी के ऊपर आया। अर्ली मिलता तो समझ में आता, 50-50 लॉस हुआ, मेरा दिमाग खराब हो रहा है। अर्ली मिलता तो कुछ थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम भी नहीं होता। ये क्या दिखा रहा है काजुआ का हिस्ट्री, कैरेक्टर इवेंट विश परसेप्शन। तिगनारी कितने पिट पे मिला चलो इधर से काउंट करते हैं, ठीक है। पर काजुआ मिलता तो ओपी रहता है यार, काजुआ ही तो चाहिए था। C1 वैसे तो ठीक है, अरे लेकिन तिगनारी यूज ही नहीं करता ना मैं। बात वो है तिगनारी का यूज, मेरे को एक क्राउड कंट्रोल के लिए एक कैरेक्टर चाहिए, मेरे पास क्राउड कंट्रोल के लिए है ही नहीं कैरेक्टर। चलो इधर से काउंट करते हैं, कहाँ से होता है जो भी है, यहाँ से देख लेना। ये लास्ट होता है, ये पहला होता है। चलो चलो 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 पता 70 के बाद मिला है। 75 70 75 में मिला है मेरे को। नाहिदा मिली थी लास्ट, किस्मत वाला था, नाहिदा मिल गया 70 पर। काजुआ मिलता तो फिर रहता, वही ना, काजुआ चाहिए भाई। अरे जरूरी है यार काजुआ, क्राउड कंट्रोल के लिए जरूरी है, बहुत ही जरूरी है। एलिमेंटल रिएक्शन क्राउड कंट्रोल के लिए बहुत ही जरूरी है भाई, बहुत ज्यादा ही जरूरी है। चाहिए ही था कैसे भी, क्या करे, दिमाग का घोषणा कर दिया, नहीं देख के दिमाग खराब कर दिया। अभी मेरा एक कैरेक्टर काजुआ था, क्या एक कैरेक्टर काजुआ था, काजुआ मिला है कि नहीं, काजुआ है कि नहीं। पहला मेरा एक कैरेक्टर, पहला कैरेक्टर काजुआ था।
Everyone hold hands. Our bond is strong.
काजुआ था पहला कैरेक्टर, ये बोला जा रहा है।
Busted. Here comes the catch. Prepare to die, fool!
Committed to memory.
Is this
retribution? Make yourselves at home. We've heard a little.
Take it easy. Gotcha. Game's up.
फर्स्ट 5 स्टार करेक्टर मेरे को पता भी नहीं मेरा फर्स्ट 5 स्टार करेक्टर देखना तो मेरा फर्स्ट 5 स्टार कैरेक्टर कौन सा है मुझे देखना पड़ेगा। मेरा फर्स्ट 5 स्टार कैरेक्टर सब टचिंग थी। अरे यार डिफेंस मेरे को देखना पड़ेगा मेरा फर्स्ट 5 स्टार कैरेक्टर कौन सा है। शाओ एलन से पहले मेरे को शाओ मिली है। शाओ से पहले मेरे को ये 5 स्टार कैरेक्टर मेरा कचिंग पहला 5 स्टार कैरेक्टर है। कचिंग के बाद ये 50-50 लॉस हुआ था। ये रेडन में लॉस हुआ था 50-50। ठीक है ये तो स्टैंडर्ड बैनर से मिला मेरे को। ठीक है इसके बाद मेरे को कचिंग के बाद डायरेक्ट शाओ मिली। शाओ मिला। शाओ के बाद मेरे को येलन मिली। येलन के बाद नाहिदा के बाद मतलब तिगनारी भी मैंने लॉस किया था 50-50 में शायद पता नहीं या 50-50 स्टैंडर्ड बैनर से मिला तो मेरे को याद नहीं। लेकिन पहला मेरी कैसी गई और ईद कैसी गई। अरे बढ़िया गया भाई लेकिन बीमार पड़ गया मैं साला सर्दी की वजह से। मूड खराब हो गया साला क्या ही होता है। बहुत ज़्यादा मूड खराब हो गया तबीयत खराब हो गया। सो रहा हूँ मैं 2-3 दिन से। तिगनारी अच्छा है यूज़ करो। अभी सारे तिगनारी को भी सारे को बिल्ड करना पड़ेगा ना। तिगनारी मेरे को एक DPS चाहिए मेरे को एक DPS चाहिए मेरे को। शाओ हो गया चलो शाओ हो गया। एक DPS अच्छा चाहिए किसको बनाओ। 25K का शॉट मारता है चार्ज शॉट मारता है क्या इसका चार्ज इसका कैसा है इसका मैंने देखा नहीं है वो DPS है। अच्छा किसके साथ यूज करूंगा मैं इसको वो समझ में नहीं आ रहा किसके साथ यूज करूंगा। मेरे को तो अभी तक आर्टिफैक्ट नहीं है कैरेक्टर के लिए। आर्टिफैक्ट ही नहीं है। जीन भी पड़ी हुई है तिगनारी भी पड़ा हुआ है ऑलमोस्ट। ये सब तो भाई क्या ही बोले। ये मारोगे तो टाइमर नहीं आएगा। अच्छा ये मारने के बाद तो फटाफट मारता है क्या वो मैंने देखे।
Navigating the world is a whole lot.
I'll lead the way.
Fast charge हो जाएगा। अच्छा ये मेरे को पता है।
Different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
One with the force.
अच्छा ये ऐसा फास्ट मारता है। अच्छा जैसे इसका चले जाता वो खत्म हो जाता।
Can't see. Yeah.
3 शॉट मैक्सिमम मार पा रहा है ये उसी चार्ज के बाद। 3 फास्ट होगा। हाँ 3 फास्ट हो। खाली ये लोग के ऊपर डेंड्रो अप्लाई करके फिर क्या ही करेंगे। ये लोग के ऊपर मैं ये हाइड्रो अप्लाई किया।
Come at it! Put your back into it!
I hear everything! Flowers haven't bloomed yet.
This was bad!
I see everything!
You can't run!
Everyone hold your coat!
Here comes the catch!
This went too far! An unfortunate fault! Cook this!
3 5 पर छोड़ो छोटा शॉट सबसे ज़्यादा डैमेज देगा। अच्छा ये छोटे शॉट की बात कर रहे हैं।
Not breaking a sweat!
Just wait here a little.
Take it easy.
This should be fun.
चार नंबर का वो ये ज्यादा क्या अच्छा था मेरा भूता रेडी हो गई मतलब उसको पूरा बिल्ड कर दिया क्या अब भी अच्छा ये वाले बैनर में निकाला था क्या 72/24 का क्रेट है अच्छा मेरा तो अभी तक भाई कुछ रेडी नहीं है मेरा कुछ भी रेडी नहीं है साला ऐसे पड़ा हुआ है चाव का ही मेरे को पता नहीं भाई मेरा क्या है ये 83 बनने की नाइदा का क्या है नाइदा को तो कुछ ही नहीं डाला है भाई इसको तो खाली ऐसी एलिमेंटल रिएक्शन में इतना नहीं डाला ELIT को थोड़ा है बस क्या ये कितना है एनर्जी रिचार्ज भी 200 प्लस करने का है इसके अंदर भी भाई कुछ नहीं है
Benny's adventure team assemble.
इसके पास तो कुछ ही नहीं है एनर्जी रिचार्ज भरा है बस इसका पास तो कोई गाड़ी दवाई इसको इसका आर्टिफैक्ट ही नहीं मिल रहा था किसी को तो ऐसे रैंडम आर्टिफैक्ट पहन के रखा है इसको खाली हीलिंग के लिए HP बढ़ा के रखा है इसको आर्टिफैक्ट देखिएगा भाई देख खाली यही तो आर्टिफैक्ट है पुराने बाकी आधे से आर्टिफैक्ट लगा हुआ है इसके पास क्या है इसके पास देख लो ये तो करूँ एनर्जी रिचार्ज को भी 200 प्लस करने का बाकी कुछ है ही नहीं चलेगा दिया था मैंने लेकिन 770 और 224 कितना आर्टिफैक्ट अच्छा देखो तो कुछ है ही नहीं ना तो खाली आर्टिफैक्ट ही काम कर रहे हैं खाली आर्टिफैक्ट फार्म करो वेपन वेपन का ही टेंशन भी नहीं है अभी तो खाली वेपन बैनर ही पे पुल करो और क्या ही है और नया आर्कन के लिए जमा करो और डेली 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 का सरदर चलेगी ना डेली ही एक सरदर्द है डेली चलो डेली करते हैं डेली बहुत बड़ा सरदर्द है पर वही तो जल्दी नहीं मिलते आर्टिफैक्ट का कुछ एक लिमिट रखना चाहिए भाई कि तुमको इस पे इतना आर्टिफैक्ट मिल जाए या ये उसके अंदर डालना चाहिए कि भाई कुछ ना कुछ तो करना चाहिए कि भाई चलो ऐसा हो जाएगा इतना रैंडम नहीं रखना चाहिए कभी बहुत ही रैंडम आपको एकदम ही पनौती किसी को होगा कि साला उसको मिलता ही नहीं जिंदगी में कभी आर्टिफैक्ट वो तो भाई फ्रस्ट्रेट होकर बोलेगा भाई गेंशिन वाले को मारो पकड़ के मारो अरे 1:30 बज के गया क्या 1:30 बज के गया डिलीट कर लेते कल का भरोसा नहीं कल किसने देखा पहले टीम चेंज करनी तो सिग्नल ही चलेगा पूरी करूंगा टीम ऐसे 1:30 बजे तो होता है ना रिसो अरे मैं बंदी करने जा रहा था भाई इधर आप पता नहीं क्या किसको ला तो देखते हैं
Gotcha.
Dissipate. Committed to memory.
Quietly now.
I see everything.
I see everything.
Stand with me. I'll settle this.
Gotcha.
ये साला बार-बार ऐसा वाला पड़ता है अब कहाँ जाना है? अरे असैसिन्स क्रीड कितना खेला पहले ये बता भाई। असैसिन्स क्रीड का क्या चल रहा है? कंटिन्यू किया कि नहीं अभी? है भाई मिराज, असैसिन्स क्रीड मिराज आ रहा है। वो नहीं खेलेगा तो क्या करेगा पहले?
Quietly now.
स्टोरी जबरदस्त है, वो खेला तो भाई तो मतलब मैं वो क्या ही खेला एटलीस्ट अटैक से खेलना वो तो छोड़ दिया तो के स्टार्ट से। अरे यार एजियो वाला ही तो मेन था, वही तो 3 तक तो कम से कम ब्लैक तक खेलना था। वो जो एजियो की स्टोरी 2.1 2.2 2.3 भाई वो ही मतलब अब तक का सबसे बेस्ट कैरेक्टर, सबसे बेस्ट स्टोरी, सब कुछ वही है। गॉड ऑफ वॉर ही एक मन से पढ़ा है। रैग्नारॉक तो नहीं, 1 वाले की बात कर रहे हैं। 2018 वाले की बात कर रहे हैं क्या? गॉड ऑफ वॉर तो मेरा भी पढ़ा हुआ है, मेरा हैरी पॉटर भी पढ़ा हुआ है, गॉड ऑफ वॉर भी पढ़ा हुआ है। क्या क्या नहीं पढ़ा।
Quietly now.
Everyone hold hands.
Stop right there. Out of useless.
भाई ऐसे नॉर्मल बिल्ड में मतलब अच्छा खासा मार लेता है। हैरी स्टार करूँ ना? हैरी पॉटर स्टार्ट करूँ? हैरी पॉटर चालू किया था फिर कोई आता ही नहीं था। मेरा हैरी पॉटर वाला ही वीडियो लेकिन वायरल हुआ था जिसमें 1.5 मिलियन के करीब व्यू आया था। और उसी ने मेरे चैनल की भी गांड मारी है। अच्छा आएगा, चल ठीक है हैरी पॉटर स्टार्ट करते हैं। बहुत बड़ा गेम है लेकिन मैं तो भूल भी गया साला कैसे खेलते हैं। मैं आधा खेल के छोड़ दिया, मैं उसको तो भूल भी गया। बहुत कुछ था उसके अंदर, कितना कुछ खेल के मैं छोड़ दिया। मैं चालू करता हूँ। अब भाई अपने को पानी के अंदर टहलने मिलेगा, टहलने। तुम क्या बच्चे को परेशान कर रहे हो? समझता नहीं है
Things are about to get dicey.
Useless. करने का मेरे को करने मेरी आईडी देखो। तो बहुत खास है। अभी क्या चेंज किया? क्या वही क्या कौन सा कैरेक्टर बोल रहा था? वही कैरेक्टर चेंज कर लिया। ये फूड डिलीवरी कर देता हूँ, उसके बाद मेरे को सारा पता चला क्वेस्ट की लोड के बाद वापस जाकर लेना पड़ेगा। बस एक ही डिलीवरी चाहिए, 10 डिलीवरी करने मत देना। चीज में क्या दिए? कितना? 10,000 1 लाख बोरा दिए। हाय हाय इन्फॉर्मेशन। दिगनारी की बात कर रहा है कि होता हो देखो, दिगनारी बिल्ड करके रखा है भैया। क्या है? EM 306 क्या है? अटैक HP अटैक 1600 इतना 17 16 17 17.5 ट्रेट क्या लगा? अरे भाई आमोस वो कितना आमोस वो है बे? भाई तू तो आर्टिफैक्ट पहन डाला है। और डिफेंस आता है ना, मेरे को बहुत गुस्सा आता है। एक ही है मेरी आईडी, एक ही है। ये तो बिल्ड किया ना 71 176।
Toodaloo.
ये भी तो एचपी पे वर्क करती है ना। 30,000 एचपी दिया है। एचपी बढ़ा, एचपी बढ़ेगा ना और 30 से ज्यादा बढ़ेगा। मेरे ईएलएन की तो इससे ज्यादा ही है ना। एचपी पे ही काम करती है ना। 34 है एचपी बढ़ सकता है। ये क्या है? ड्रैगन्स बेन आर्टिफैक्ट। ए वेपन चेंज किया है मैंने उसका। अच्छा वेपन चेंज किया उसकी वजह से कम हुआ रहेगा और कुछ है। कॉन्स्टलेशन तो भाई C6 में भाई क्या बोलते मेरे को ये चाहिए थी 2 बार स्किल मार सके ये नहीं। शायद तो C2 पे कि C1 पे पता नहीं मेरे। नायदा को खाली ईएम ठूस के रखा है बस, कुछ दिया ही नहीं है। प्योर ईएम पहला है। अटैक अटैक एचपी एनर्जी रेडन छोकर। अभी नई आइटम सब आ रही है नए मैप में। नए आइटम के सब खेलेंगे। नई आइटम आ रही है भाई, नई आइटम आ रहा था को नाइदा टू। हाँ नाइदा को ये भी चाहिए और क्या। ये बंदे का है ना, ये रैंडम का तो तूने आईडी देखा रहेगा ना। भाई इसी का आईडी मेरे को आज इसका देख के मेरे को कॉन्स्टिलेशन ही मेरे को हार्ट अटैक आता है। इसने भाई इसका नाइदा का तो देख डीपीएस बनाया है इसने। चेंज किया क्या इसने वेपन? चेंज ये चेंज करता रहता है वेपन क्या। अच्छा हाँ मिक्सिंग पे। भाई मतलब मैं खाली इसका अकाउंट से मैं खेल रहा था ना अभी। अरे मैं खाली जंप करते जा रहा हूँ, मैं बंदे कब मर रहे मेरे को खुद पता नहीं चल रहा। पता अंधे जैसा मर रहा है। इसकी आईडी से खेलने में मजा आता है। इसकी आईडी से हाँ चीची 1 2 3 4 कितने बार चीची मिला है भाई इसको। ये दोनों में ही मिला रहेगा। ये देख चीची को C1 C2 C3 C4 पहला चीची कैरेक्टर जिसको C4। पैसा नहीं है, फ्री वाला है भाई, फ्री वाला है, पैसा नहीं है उसकी है। पैसे तो देखते ना, मैंने जाके देखा है इसका। ये जो है ना ये सिर्फ उसको एक फ्री में ये मिला था कोई किसी पे फुल परचेस शॉप किधर गई थी। इसने अरे ये आया क्या नया वाला? अबे ये 75% डिस्काउंट तो मिल रहा है। ये वाला तो खरीदा नहीं। अरे पैलेट ले लिया ना मैंने मानू। दूसरे है क्या पास? दूसरे है क्या उसके पास 5 स्टार? नहीं दूसरे नहीं है, दूसरे इतने नहीं है उसके पास। मेन ही है अभी तो। लॉगिन करूँगा तो फिर उसका ओटीपी लेना पड़ता है। सो गया रहेगा। हाँ उसके पास यही कैरेक्टर है जो तेरे को दिख रहा है ना, यही कैरेक्टर है। दूसरे 5 स्टार्स नहीं है। मेन कैरेक्टर जो दिखाया ना मैंने यही सब कैरेक्टर है। दूसरे कोई 5 स्टार नहीं है उसके पास। अरे यार वेंचर तो नहीं यार। इसने इसी पे इन्वेस्ट किया। अरे भाई बहुत सेव का कड़क सेव करता है वो। ये जो है ना, यही कैरेक्टर्स है और उसके पास कुछ नहीं है, मतलब 5 स्टार के उसमें उसको जो कैरेक्टर पसंद रहता है वही वो लेता है, नहीं तो नहीं लेता है। उसके पास जोंगली भी नहीं है, बोलता है जोंगली के लिए मैं पुल भी नहीं करूंगा। इसका अकाउंट ऑलरेडी ओपी है बेंचो, कुछ जरूरत ही नहीं है झाटू को। और स्पेसिफिक बिल्ड करता है उसका, तो मैं ये देख के मैं पागल हो गया था। 2 साल से कंटिन्यू खेल रहा हूँ वैसे शायद। रुक जा यार, विश कर दे मुझे यार, उसको मिलेगा यार। एटलीस्ट मेरे को इसकी जंगलिंग की मिल जाए, कुछ तो मिल जाए यार, कुछ तो मिल जाए। मैं जंगलिंग को टॉप से जंगलिंग को C6 कर देना, ऐसे भी तो क्या ही है। मन नहीं और कुछ कैरेक्टर बेनेट क्या है? बेनेट है क्या? C5 बेनेट किया है क्या ऑलरेडी? बेनेट मेन प्रायोरिटी है तो बेनेट को C5 किया है कि नहीं? बेनेट को C5 किया है? अरे यार नहीं चाहिए मान, अरे कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं चाहिए। मेरे पास खुद है, लेकिन मैं खुद सोच रहा हूँ कि क्या मैं बेनेट C1 तो बेनेट को करना, मैं तो बेनेट के लिए बचा के रखा हूँ। बेनेट काम आता है ना, लेकिन मतलब इसको कर उसको कर एक ही बात है। अभी शॉन्गलिंग आई है तो कर सकता है, लेकिन ये बैनर में भी विश करके इसको भी निकाल सकते हैं, क्या ही बात है। एक विश और मार लो, हो जा कुछ तो, हो जा। आता ही नहीं है। हाँ साला नहीं आता शॉन्गलिंग मेरे को साला। एटलीस्ट ये दे देते यार, क्या वो तो मैंने ऐसे 70 करके रखा था। चलो C2 हो गए। तो बाद में बिल्ड करूंगा। 70 पे हूँ और ये कैरेक्टर नहीं चाहिए। अच्छा 70 पे है तो हाथ मत लगा भाई। काजुआ तो तेरे पास ऑलरेडी है ना, अगले बैनर का ही वेट करो और चाहिए, या अगले बैनर का तो जो वो लोग आ रहे हैं ना, क्या चाहिए? कोकोमी है, 5 स्टार अब हो गया, लग जाए 5 स्टार आ गया तो लग जाएगा। हाँ मत कर। मैंने भी एक बार लालच में, लेकिन मैं बच गया था, गलती से एक बार लालच में कर दिया था, दया के टाइम किया था। अगले तो सब घटिया ही है। हाँ अगले तो सब घटिया है, तब तक तेरा और भी हो जाएगा। लेकिन क्या है ना, उसके अंदर 4 स्टार कैरेक्टर अगर कुछ अच्छा दे दिया तो फिर मैं तो जोंगली का वेट कर रहा हूँ भैया। काजुआ का वेट कर रहा था यार, काजुआ आया, लौड़ा निकला, मैं दिमाग खराब हो गया। काजुआ निकला ही।
Add Astra. Thank you for
इसके लिए रुका, वो मिला ही नहीं साला। काजुआ चाहिए, मैं भी लिख रहा था, सेम वही लिख रहा था। क्या करेगा काजुआ जोंगली आ जाए। तेरा 50-50 है कि क्या कंफर्म है? 50-50 है कि कंफर्म है? और 4.1 में आएगा साला, 4.0 में क्या आने का? 4.0 का क्या आने वाला? 4.0 में बैनर में 50-50 है, 70-50। हाँ ठीक है, बाकी बचा के उसी के अंदर मार लेना जो भी मार लेना। नया मैप आएगा तो भाई प्रीमोजेम्स ही आएंगे उसके साथ साथ, पेल के प्रीमोजेम्स आएंगे नया मैप में। और क्या, नया मैप में तो टेंशन भी नहीं रहेगा, फिल्म 5 प्रीमोजेम्स ये चाहिए। के कर रहे थे इलेक्ट्रो हाइपोथेसिस अंडर मैनिफेस्टेशन। जिस वाइफ ये है सुमेरु
Our bond is strong.
Bond is strong. Kill a Bennett too.
Gonna be
Gonna be epic. 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 ये भाई इसका वो किधर है? ये इसका वो किधर है?
Let's light it up.
अरे इसका वो वाला किधर है? इसका जो फोड़ना रहता है वो किधर है?
Busted.
अरे इसका वो फोड़ने वाला किधर है?
I see everything. Gotcha.
अरे अभी उठाएगा
Teamwork is strength. The Temple of Wisdom.
Here comes the catch.
Evil conquering. Here.
कितना डैमेज दिया देखा क्या? आई इसकी माँ का साकिन का आयत भी रख लेते चलो काम आएगा हमको अब जो भी हुआ यार
Don't tell.
पहले कभी
Busted.
शुरू में जब सुमेरु आया था तो इसी ये शायद मेरा पहला था जो अनलॉक किया था ये नहीं हाँ पहला ये था शायद मैं इधर से आया था हाँ ये था मेरा शायद हाँ ये नहीं तो ये था ये मैंने जब स्टोरी क्वेस्ट के साथ आया था तब ये किया था पहला लेकिन मैंने ये किया था तो भाई 3 बजने वाला है
Quietly now. No. Take it easy. Gotcha.
I see everything.
Quietly now.
मर गया माधव से तो लेकिन कभी चढ़ता नहीं जाएगा क्या करना है ये?
Busted.
Sharing my knowledge. Lightning terrified. Stand with me.
Game's up. Fun's over. All right, this'll do.
Everyone hold hands.
Gotcha. Cha, cha. Ta, ta, ha, ha. Ta, ta. Busted. Useless. Easy money.
चलो भाई आज के लिए स्ट्रीम बंद करते हैं गुड नाइट टाटा सी यू टुमारो